Good morning, Council. We are now live.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I will call the meeting to order. And if you would please do a roll call.
Councillor Shortreed.
Present.
Councillor Dayu.
Here.
Councillor Berry.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Danielson.
Present.
And Mayor Moffat.
Present. Thank you. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest today? Seeing none, we'll just go straight to our business of the day, which is the review of the draft zoning bylaw. So we'll bring in Rick Hunter and Sean O'Callaghan. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Just by way of just a bit of an intro, this is our first look at some of the proposed amendments to the zoning bylaw. There could be lots to talk about. I hope there is. There are some changes, no doubt, that will be explained that come from the province. Some of them are just what the community needs to have happen. And Rick, if you would take us through sort of your intro and your ideas, your thoughts on the mapping that's still under review. And I thought then we'd go straight into the details of the draft as opposed to going through the short memo and then into the draft, if that's all right.
Okay, yeah, that would be fine. I'd like to thank you for having me today to go over this. I do have to start with an apology right off the bat by spelling Mayor Moffat's name wrong on the memo. Sometimes it doesn't matter how many times you proofread something, it still jumps ahead of you. So that obviously will be corrected into the future as we go along. The approach that we were going to be taken, and this followed a conversation with the township solicitor as well, that we'll be structuring the bylaw as a new 2021 bylaw. There are a lot of administrative efficiencies that come from that, and then we just have to make sure some of the text cross-references properly. So that, and moving forward, it'll be set up in that particular fashion. As I mentioned in the memo, we tried to go through and sort of take a consistent approach to referencing things like provincial legislation, and also being consistent on dealing with imperial equivalents that are shown in the bylaw. Obviously, the bylaw is metric, but a lot of people still have the frame of reference that's imperial. So, and in the old bylaw, sometimes there was a reference to just the metric. Some of them still had reference to just imperial. Some of them had both, and some had different conversions. So it just cleans up the bylaw that way. Now, the mapping, I am going to be preparing a separate memo to deal with some of the mapping issues. I do have a draft of the maps that I'm going over, and I'm going to have to work closely with Sean on some of that to make sure that we've got all the cross references and particularly all the amendments carried forward. I'm still working out the approach on the environmental protection zones. One of the difficulties by taking over the file from Greg, with Greg not being able to work on it, I don't have all the history on the rationale for some of those changes on the EP material. So I do have to spend some more time to go through the official plan, deal with why you're looking at the separation for an EP1, EP2, EP3. I know how they fit within the context of the official plan, but from a zoning perspective, whether there are any differences in requirements that would be coming in either within those areas or adjacent to them. So that I will endeavor to try to get to you as quickly as I can. And also to spend the time going through the map schedules to make sure that they're all up to date, and that we've got all of the updates that need to be onto them. I guess we'll talk about time frame a little later on when we talk about overall time frame on everything, if that's okay. Unless actually, Mayor Moffat, if you want, rather than have me just talk along, it's probably easier if anyone does have anything to say at any point, just to have the discussion then, rather than hold off for later on. So I'm at your disposal on how you want to proceed, but basically interrupt me anytime you want.
And I think it might be easier, the changes that are being proposed are in red. So perhaps as we go through those, we'll just stop at the end of each of those. It's probably easier to do that because what's in black is already in existence. So,
Exactly.
and they're really, to be honest, there aren't a lot of changes in red. So it'd be more efficient to just do it that way. Quick, any questions? If not, we'll move on. One of the things before we do move on, Rick, is what I wanted to ask is, or just mention in terms of the mapping and the work that you need to do. In the, I'm referring to the memo, I know, but it says with respect to identification of the EP3 zone significant fish habitat, that most areas don't show up. And I'm not looking for an answer now, just a little ball to keep in the air is, as I'm sure you're aware, there's some work that's been done and going to continue being done on a potential shoreline protection bylaw at the county level. And one of the options or one of the requirements that council has asked for there is that if people are to do their own research on their own property, one of the things they have to know is where the fish habitat is. So I don't know if that is something that you can just keep in the back of your mind in terms of detail. If at one level of government, we're going to be potentially asking people to undertake their own research on their own property, then the mapping for each municipality would need to be up to date enough for them to be able to do that efficiently and effectively. So again, not looking for an answer, just something to keep in your mind there.
Yeah, that's a good point. And obviously you want to avoid situations where one level is in conflict with the other level as well, because that just generates that much more confusion for the public. You know, my approach on those things tend to be whichever level has the basic jurisdiction, then we defer to those as well. The approach we were looking at taking, and I've got Jennifer in my office looking at it, was some of the critical fish habitat area is it's a very narrow strip, so that's why it doesn't show up on the mapping. And my suggestion to see what it would look like would be to say, if we set up the zone as a 20 meters into the water, so that it's big enough that it would show up on the mapping, and then in the text qualify that the actual area may be less than that, and you know, it can be determined through other mapping as well. So there are different ways of doing it, and again, it's just a matter of trying to come up with the best way to one, present it so that it can be understood and also implemented as well.
Yeah, and hopefully there would be some consistency with the approach with the other municipalities in the county. So anyway, we'll leave that with you, just with that little caveat, and see how it goes.
If I may ask a question as well, the shoreline protection bylaw that's under discussion at the county, what stage is it at the present time?
It's just going out to the consulting firm has just been hired.
Okay.
And because this process is not going to, our own zoning bylaw review and the required public process certainly isn't going to happen overnight or too quickly. I don't think there's any concern with them marching along in parallel, but at some point they are going to, they're going to have to touch somewhere in the consultation process.
All right. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
So if you want to, yeah, just start at the beginning, I guess.
All right. I guess the first
question first.
Yes, sorry. Deputy Mayor Liz, go ahead, please.
I'm just wondering what your thoughts are, Rick and Sean, about the duration of the rest of this work. Like, what do you sort of anticipate seeing a completion for our zoning bylaw? I'm just kind of thinking about tying the shoreline preservation bylaw into this and see where they might be synchronized.
Maybe I can sort of start on that. Obviously, the way we've kind of been talking about it and knowing the need to have public meetings during the summer months, although now with virtual meetings, that issue may have gone away because people can access quite easily, a little better without having to physically be here. But I'm hoping that we'd still be in a position to have at least the open house in July, and potentially public meeting in end of August and or into early September, potentially adoption by by October. I'm thinking, and subject to what Sean may feel as well, and obviously council, yourselves, you have to be comfortable with the process, that we could have an adoption. We should have an adoption sometime later on this year.
Yeah, we're already delayed from due to COVID, and there are timelines. So sorry, Sean, go ahead.
Well, I was going to agree there that yes, I think it's something we're really striving to have done for this year. So having public meetings and starting to schedule them with the open houses, yeah, that's something we want to start scheduling right away.
Okay, so that's a great rough timeline for that. That's kind of how it usually plays out in terms of time. So are there any further questions of Rick or Sean before we dive into the details here? Okay, Rick, if you would take it away.
Okay, all right. Okay, I'll start on page 2, which is the first of the paragraphs in the red line. In addition of what I refer to as property detail schedules in the bylaw. And I noticed when we were going through some of the, particularly the exceptions, where sometimes instead of saying that, for the purpose, for an application, the frontage is so-and-so and the, lot coverage is so-and-so, and, you want to be in a particular area, that you've actually provided a site plan or a detail plan in that bylaw. When it gets put into the comprehensive zoning bylaw, if that sketch is not brought as an attachment to the new bylaw, then it disappears. So we're going to go through and just make sure that any of them that are in that situation are carried forward. When I spoke to Sean on Friday, I guess it was Friday, over the weekend, I dug up a bylaw that we'd done in Gravenhurst where they used property detail schedules, and I forwarded it to him, and he can sort of flip it over to council, so you can at least get a visual of what how that's approached, and how I'm proposing to approach it in the bylaw here. So basically, at the end of the day, in addition to your special provisions, you'll have the section of the bylaw that has the actual site plans or property detail plans, again, where they're needed because they're picking up something special that can't be otherwise described.
So Rick, a question is the potential, the concern there, I understand, is that including the detailed schedules would make an enormous document. So is there a way in which things would be, I don't know, hyperlinked or collated in a way that would make searching for relevant material easier?
I think that would, and basically the way it would be is we would go through all your special provisions now, and it wouldn't apply to, like, for instance, if you were zoning a property to create a severance, and that you just were showing it for visual purposes to say, here the land's being zoned to SR2 or SR, that would not need anything. But where it would come into play is, for instance, if you've got a situation where you actually have a site plan that was attached to the original bylaw because you wanted that particular location, or you wanted to specifically exclude a location for docking or what have you, that was done visually, that would be carried over. We would reference it in the text of the bylaw. So where the bylaw says, as shown on Schedule A2 or A3, whatever it is, would now say it would be shown as property detail number 1, 2, 3, whatever. And then I think we can probably arrange electronically to have that. The Gravenhurst bylaw, as an example, has been using property detail schedules for period, not every application by any means, but they have about 73 of them now. The most recent one, I think, was 73. Some of them go back to the 1990s. So there's not a lot of extra bulk. We set it up as a separate schedule, so you can actually keep it as a separate. It doesn't have to be attached to the bylaw all the time. It can be available in a separate
Okay.
document. What's important is that it without doing it that way, they do get lost. And theoretically, when you pass a new bylaw, all the old bylaws are repealed. So you have to have that mechanism to carry that actual thing forward. Otherwise, you've lost the protection that you built in the first place.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so any other questions on property detail schedules?
Anybody? No? Carry on. Metrics
Okay.
next. I guess that's pretty straightforward.
And that's straightforward, and I think I've already spoken to that. So unless there are any questions, we'll just go on. The next pages on 4 and 5 are basically strictly administrative. That'll get filled in reference to the LPAT as opposed to the Ontario Municipal Board, and the date, the effective date of the bylaw whenever it's passed. Okay. Page 7, I think, is the next one. If I do jump ahead of something, let me know, but I think I'm trying to pick them up as I go through. 315 is the definition of backyard hens. I think I worked from the Bracebridge bylaw as an example of how to use these. It's fairly detailed, and again, obviously open to review.
Yeah, and we'll get into the detail of what that means when we get into section 4.
Yeah, okay. I see
Any
Deputy Mayor.
questions? Yep, Liz, go ahead.
I've just wondered about, it says to a principal residential use. Does that mean any residential lot? Or should we make some clarification there?
Yeah,
I believe it's,
we'll get to that in the guts in section 4 when the details are outlined. So we're just in definitions.
Okay, the other one was, again, a minor change on the definition of boathouse at 319. And it just, clarifies that the boathouse is secured or anchored to the land as well. I think that covered, I think that situation where you have potential floating boathouses. Again, I'm not sure if it's been a major issue, but I think it's been raised before. Next on page 8, 327, the cannabis production operation. And just the definition of it that cross references it to the federal approval in licensing.
Okay, I don't see any hands waving around. Liz?
So I'm sorry, because I didn't cross-reference these maybe well enough, but I'm just wondering if we'll be having a discussion about zoning and what the zone would be for cannabis operations.
Yes, that one will be in section 4.6, I guess, when we get there as well.
Okay.
For that, it's fairly simple as it relates to cannabis, but we'll go through it then.
Okay.
Three 3.51 is the next sort of major or new definition. The dwelling seasonal, a dwelling that contains only one dwelling unit, which is constructed to the lesser requirement for a cottage, seasonal recreational building in the Ontario Building Code, used for seasonal vacation and recreational purposes and not occupied continuously as a principal or permanent residence. This, I guess, was introduced, and there are some sections coming up as well for construction standards that would apply to seasonal residences. I think some of you may be familiar, historically, the building code, as I recall, does have a provision for a lesser standard for a seasonal dwelling or recreational dwelling. A lot of municipalities have gotten away from that. Basically, a dwelling is a dwelling is a dwelling. And if you're constructing it, particularly in the waterfront and the shoreline areas, that you want it to be to the current building code standards as if it was a permanent dwelling. I had understood from the notes of going through Greg's material and in discussions with Sean that there was some concern that some of the more remote areas, you could still have that lesser standard. So we've just put in provisions for that. And I guess when we get to section 4.8, when we talk about that, we can, council can provide some direction on whether we should actually have that provision in there or whether it should stick to the status quo of not specifically recognizing seasonal recreational dwellings.
Yeah, this is certainly an issue that I had raised, and I'm not interested in what I see as going backwards to a different standard of building. I'm of the camp that building is building is building. So yeah, we'll talk about it when we get there. Liz?
I guess I just wonder about the comment that it's not to be occupied continuously as a principal or permanent residence, and how on earth we would ever deal with that, because I'm quite sure that there are lots of them that people are now living in on a much more permanent basis. So I don't know if we can address that, or it's just sufficient for now to have it in the bylaw.
Well, again, we're just at definition, so we'll talk about, we'll broaden that scope when we get to the guts.
Okay, I just want to, you know, I know that we're just in definitions, but they link together, and sometimes that's the first thing that people look at. And I just want to make sure that when we're done, that the definition matches, you know, how we end up, you know, what our discussion reflects.
Well, yeah, of course, they would link together for sure. Carry on, please, Rick.
Okay, next one, 3.64 is very, well, it's a changed definition of farm. The approach was to suggest that a farm could include a property that is used for agricultural purposes that would not actually have a detached dwelling on it, which is where we changed the wording to may as opposed to shall. Again, I'm not sure if that's a major issue in the township. I know in a lot of Southern Ontario situations to meet the provincial guidelines and stuff, there are, and particularly where you're severing off surplus dwellings, that you actually have farm operations that do not have dwellings and are not permitted to have dwellings on them. That particularly if there's, you know, a farming operation that has, you know, the farm across the road plus the main farm plus another farm a kilometer down the road as well, that over time there would not be a dwelling on each one of those parcels. So that's why the flexibility for the farm may include a single detached dwelling. But again, if it's not an issue, we can go back to the original definition. It's not.
It's certainly something I'm going to fight you on. I absolutely believe that you cannot allow like a barn or an accessory farm building without a principal residence. But I see hands in the air. I think I saw Jen's hand first.
Thank you very much. The other context in which we were discussing the definition of farm in previous months was with regards to small scale use of apiaries or bush crops or berry crops or flower gardens, and how to divide the line of scale so that someone knows that in their SR1, they can have a berry crop and they can have a greenhouse with no, you know, while resting confident that they're not crossing the boundary of the bylaw and doing something at a certain scale, which would denote farm. So I just wonder if there had been a conversation in the preparation of this in which some definition of scale or monetary income or something was considered.
Yeah, we've provided for a section on hobby farms that reflects the smaller lots. So we'll get to that definition as well, and then we'll get to the section on those that was intended to pick up the smaller properties that would not normally have a farm operation.
Okay.
On them would have some of the other aspects that you know, that allows you to be doing. I guess it's a matter of you're going a little bit beyond traditional gardening to something that's perhaps a little more intensive. It covers mostly on the approach on hobby farms, deals with potential for livestock, because that's really where the conflict potentially comes in between neighboring properties on small lots. But we'll talk about that later on as well. Okay. It's a good point to remember that we do need to make sure that we are consistent between the different areas.
Okay, that's helpful, and maybe we can revisit again at the appropriate section, because when I flipped the hobby farm definition, I see that it is defined through how it fits on a certain parcel of land rather than the kinds of activities or the scale of activities. So if we could just have the opportunity to circle back at the right moment, that would be wonderful.
Great, thank you. And Liz?
2 points. I'm with you on the may include, because I firmly believe that in Algonquin Highlands, that it shall include a residence.
We are not a farming community.
No, I mean, we've got some farmland, but I mean, it's primarily residential, so I wouldn't agree to the may. And just in addition to Jen's comments about scale, I'm just thinking, I suspect that you have an interest in bees. And I don't, I would like us to be able to facilitate the keeping of bees, but having said that, not in my backyard. You know, I would be concerned about the distance or the size of the property and where they were located on that property. So I'm just kind of hoping that when we have that discussion, that we can take it to that extent.
Yeah, I think we had this quite an extensive discussion on this. You know, we want to make sure that we're accommodating some newer uses and some sort of homesteading opportunities people want to have, but without having, you know, a farm. So we'll have to, I think we'll have to refine that so that we can get to the right place on that. Councillor Barry.
Just to be clear, so if all of a sudden there was a lot for sale next to my property and I wanted to purchase that to have a hobby farm, I would not be able to build an outbuilding on it without a primary residence?
Well,
If it was like
you would merge it on title and it would be one property.
And if it was 2 doors down, I wouldn't be able to do that.
Well, I'm not the planner, but technically, yes, I think that what you want to do is get away from somebody having livestock on a piece of property and they don't live there. Who's who's minding the farm?
But just in the definition, there are other things other than livestock too. Like in the farm, they're talking about a mushroom farm, they're talking about a berry farm, that type of thing. You might still technically need a greenhouse or a shed or a garden, like some sort of a storage thing. So I just think that should be somewhat of a consideration.
Well, then I also want to buy a piece of property and just put a garage on it but I live somewhere else. So we have to, this is where the planners come into making sure that we untangle it enough that we're trying to provide opportunity where we want it for appropriate land use and prevent it where we don't want it, which is a property near to me that has 40 derelict vehicles and a Quonset hut on it and nobody lives there. And it's, so you just end up with a junkyard. And if you don't have, there used to be cattle on it. So we have to find our way. That's what I'm talking about, the refinement. Because you're right, there are differences in the definition of the definitions we're talking about. So which ones do we want for our community and which ones do we not want for our community and why? So that's what we'll have to get to in the zoning part after the definition part. They have to work together, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, we also need, we also need to be, sort of cognizant of provincial guidelines and requirements as well, and what constitute normal farm practices and that kind of thing as well. On it. So that's I think fits in with that part of the refinement and that discussion.
Mm-hmm. Jen, go ahead.
I really value Lisa's point. I think that is often how small scale farmers operate. They've got a plot of land here, a plot of land just a little bit down the road. That's a very typical normative way of operating your land, because often you can't get land all together in one long row. So I would value very much digging down. I think there are other bylaws in place which could help to prevent the worst case scenario where a Quonset hut and 40 cars are piled up there. I think that is a risk and a fear that can be dealt with through other bylaws rather than just prohibiting something from happening from the get-go. So I look forward to the continued refinement.
Yeah, I think our happy landing will be in the refinement.
Yeah,
we'll get there.
And I see Angie has her hand up too.
So she does. Madam CAO.
Thank you. I just wanted to add in to the conversation that, if there are those one-offs, that can always come back to council for a zoning amendment as well. So instead of allowing it as of right to everyone, there is still the option to come to council for the exceptions on those one-offs.
Sorry, my apologies. Something was binging at me there. Yeah, and I think that's a very good point. And that's where in the refinement, that's where we have to figure out because we're not a farming community, is maybe the way to help the folks that we want to help and encourage is through the amendment process as opposed to just wide open for everybody. Anyway, we'll get there. I guess if we can keep going through the definitions, I think we're at garden suites.
The next definition on page 13 is garden suite. Again, that's just bringing it into the provincial definitions requirements on dealing with those. I don't think there's anything extraordinary on that.
No, any questions on that? That is has to accommodate the housing needs in our community. I see two hands, Liz and then Lisa.
I'm just wondering, it would appear to me that this definition is much the same as the accessory dwelling. And I wondered about somehow trailers being used.
But as accessory dwellings, they're not allowed.
Well, I guess we'll probably have more discussion about that, but there was some comment about, that they've got to be movable.
So you're talking of, sorry, Liz, you're talking about the difference between the definitions of accessory apartment and garden suite?
I think it was called dwelling accessory. 3.47. Compared to the garden suite.
Right. Go ahead, please.
The garden suite is intended to be a temporary type of structure, and hence the requirement for it being portable. It can form a modular type of unit, or actually the tiny homes movement, or so where you can actually build a structure that can be built off site, put on site, and also taken off on site would make it portable, that you would be able to meet that criteria. I'm not sure there's going to be a lot of demand for garden suites, because as you permit accessory apartments or accessory dwellings, you don't necessarily need garden suites anymore. And I think that's sort of where the Planning Act had started with garden suites, and then eventually added in provisions for accessory or second dwelling units, as they call them, on that.
And I think if I recall, the garden suite idea was to accommodate both aging in place and housing shortages, in that you might have an aging parent come and live in a temporary garden suite. It would be registered or somehow acknowledged, and then if a garden suite was no longer required for that aging parent, the garden suite has to be moved off the property. And you're right, with the changes now, that may be a moot point. I think I saw Lisa's hand and then Jen's, please. You just put yourself on mute, Lisa.
Sorry, does ancillary mean additional? Is that right?
Where are you looking?
In garden suite. My question here, I have written down tiny home question mark. Is this a tiny home? And then what does ancillary mean? Does it mean additional?
I believe it's accessory.
Secondary too.
Yeah.
Accessory? I just think that word maybe doesn't need to be there. It's kind of confusing.
I think it's planning word. It's secondary too. It's a separate suite for a specific purpose, as directed by the province. Okay, Jen.
Obviously it's important to have garden suite in the new definition list, because it's something that is happening in our world and we've got to refer to it. But in Algonquin Highlands, I really don't see this as a possible means of supporting the housing shortage, because it's hard to live in a garden suite in February, frankly. So I'm hoping that our emphasis is going to be put more on secondary dwellings or accessory dwellings. I think that's where the housing shortage question is going to come into play. I rather fear the garden suites would be more used for Airbnb than housing shortage. Yeah.
So garden suite is directed by the province?
Yeah. And that's fine. So I'm glad to see it there, but that's not where I hope we're going to be putting most of our focus.
Okay. Anything else on garden suite? Okay, Rick, carry on.
Okay, we've added 3.85 on page 14, a definition of a hobby farm, which is basically recognizing farming on lots that are less than 5 hectares in size. And again, more than 1 hectare. So the farming activities could be occurring on there. And then I will cross-reference that when we get to it, the sections on hobby farms in 418. We'll talk about the regulations that would be appropriate for that. Again, this just sets the definition that it's a farm, but it's on a small lot.
Liz.
With respect to that, one of the things that I want to make sure that we address when I go through the definitions, there appears to be a number of different options for zoning for cannabis. And I see that under greenhouse commercial, which puts it in a commercial zone, cannabis could fit there. Cannabis could fit under a hobby farm. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that something about production puts it in industrial. So there's a number of cross references there that I think we need to clarify. That our world is going to become growers will become more prolific. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, but I think this is something we're going to have to address more. And I'm a little confused by where they would be pigeonholed properly.
Can either of you gentlemen speak to that?
I don't have a specific comment on that right now, other than we need to be cognizant. I think the cannabis, when we do get there, I mean, cannabis, according to the province, is an agricultural use on it, and you know, a lot of municipalities have tried to deal with different approaches on it, but I guess it's something that's federally regulated and provincially regulated and everything else. So I'm not sure, as it relates to cannabis, how much flexibility we'll have on some of the aspects. But I agree with the deputy mayor's comment that it's important to draw the lines to see what the implications are on all of the stuff.
Okay, and Jen.
Yes, thanks. Just to add to that, I would support the idea of including in the hobby farm definition either the scale or the intended output or the potential income generation from this space, because I see it, I see it going in a couple of directions. You can put an awful lot of greenhouses in 5 hectares, and you could have a massive scale of operation in 5 hectares. And technically that would be considered a hobby farm. So just something that refers to the intention, either the scale or the intended output or the income generation would be, I think, a great addition to consider to this definition.
All right. I think, yes, we can look at that. Now, the one caution that I would put in is reference to income generation or revenue generation is something that I think is pretty much outside the municipality's ability to ask for, let alone regulate. So I think that would create more problems. But it is a matter of saying, if we deal with the land use components and the scale coverage, such other things as that. And, whether it's possible to limit greenhouses on hobby farms, as well as something that we might have to look into a little bit more as well.
Thank you.
That's, those options are there.
Okay. Oh, Lisa Berry.
Yes, just wondering, where does the sizing come from? In hobby farm, it says between 1 and 5 hectares. Is that provincial? Where does that come from?
I'm not sure if there's a specific guidance on that from the province, other than it's looked at practice in some other municipalities where they've actually tried to regulate hobby farms that are smaller than what you would normally have. And again, they're often a matter of trying to regulate it with respect to livestock activity, more than just traditional growing activities.
Okay.
I don't think there's any magic to what those limits are, but I can, again, we'll see if we can check into that a bit more as well.
Okay.
All right, I guess we're at kitchen then.
Yeah, and that was just another the cross references into being consistent on what is considered kitchen facilities in a dwelling dwelling unit. So I don't think there's anything that's out of line in there.
No, okay. We are going all the way right through the M's and the N's. And the R's. Page 20, I guess, is next, septic system leaching bed.
And again, that defines the septic system. And then it also includes it to be considered as a structure in the bylaw, so that it can be regulated by the regulated in the zoning bylaw. You obviously regulate it from a building perspective, a building permit, septic permit perspective.
Any questions? Again, just the addition of the definition. Okay, we're into the W's, Y's, and end of definitions. So we move into section 4, then we'll see how the definitions come into play in the actual land use.
Yeah, under section 427 on page 26, this is sort of the first changes on things. I know Sean and I had discussions back and forth on fencing and fences. In one part of the bylaw, I think originally it said fences were not considered a structure, but then again, there was some regulation for them. We wanted to continue to have a provision for fences to say that you wanted to limit them in height, particularly in the shoreline residential zones, so that you don't have massive walls that are going up right down to the shoreline. So that was why we suggested that fences over 2 meters in height would have to comply with the required yard requirements for the zone that they're in. Again, it's something that may or may not be a major issue in the municipality. I know I just saw a housekeeping bylaw being proposed in Gravenhurst where they're proposing to prohibit fences in the front yard on waterfront properties across the board, so that you can't have that visual barrier, that barrier of a fence along it. You can still have natural vegetation. In fact, you're encouraged to have natural vegetation, but not to create the barrier approach. So.
Sean?
Yes, and so we currently don't permit fences in the front yard of shoreline residential 1 and shoreline residential 2 zones. And this additional line that we want to add, where fences are over 2 meters in height, they would have to comply with a setback requirement for that zone from, say, a side yard, where currently the fence could be built right on the property line, since it's not technically a structure that would require a building permit.
Mm-hmm. Liz.
So just to clarify what Sean just said, so this means like if it was a wall, it would have to comply with the setback requirements. But if it's just a regular fence, it could be on the property line.
If it's less than 2 meters in height, it could be on the property line. As soon as it exceeds the 2 meters in height, it would have to then comply with the side yard setback requirements.
But it'll still never be allowed in the front.
The front yard.
That is correct. Of the waterfront zones.
Of the waterfront, yeah. That's a problem. You want to make sure. We also have tried to make sure over the years that we have ensured viewscapes, and we don't want to, have feuding neighbors put up giant walls. Anything further on that addition under 4.2.7? Jen, you look like you're maybe.
No, I do, but I see Angie's hand in the air once more, and I don't want to miss out on hearing what she has to say. But then I do.
And Jen, I appreciate you being on Angie Watch for me. Angie, go ahead, please.
I just wonder if, and maybe Sean or Rick could speak to this, but I just wonder if requiring a setback for a fence will trigger a lot of minor variance applications.
I can speak to that. I suppose there is a potential, but right now, with the way the bylaw is worded, there's no height restriction on a fence. If it was, I suppose if it was more than 6 meters in height, or 2 meters in height, sorry.
I was going to say a 6 meter
Yeah.
fence. Oh my God.
I suppose there is the risk there that it could trigger some minor variances.
And so I would think we would want to avoid that. And so how would we avoid committee of adjustment applications, which would potentially allow what we were trying to avoid because of the setback? So if we took that out, then would we avoid the committee of adjustment applications, or is it sort of damned if you do and damned if you don't? Like if the whole purpose is not to have a thing, then we don't want to put language in the zoning bylaw that allows people to seek permission to do the very thing we're trying to avoid. Because the zoning bylaw, there will be a planning reason to permit it. And so then we're just flapping ourselves in the face there.
Yeah, and I'm just going over the section again, and I think what this actually is doing is just clarifying that if the fence does exceed 2 meters in height, then you have to move it back from the property line, where right now it doesn't necessarily spell that out clearly.
So we're not adding something in that is going to trigger a cascade of applications for permission to break the rules.
I don't think so, because what this is saying is fences that are 2 meters in height can be within that setback requirement. It doesn't necessarily say once you exceed that height requirement that you have to meet the side yard setback, whereas this sort of more specifically spells that out, so it's a little clearer.
Probably covers the situation with swimming pools is probably the obvious example where you may go to a higher fence for protection purposes, and you probably want those to meet your bylaw yard requirements anyway because of the activity that's going on within them. That might be the one area where there may be some requests that would come in over time.
But this is for shoreline, so who has a pool on a shoreline property?
You'd be surprised.
It does actually, it's speaking not just specifically to the shoreline areas, this is for fences throughout all the.
Okay.
Yeah.
Liz.
I'm kind of struggling with this one because you can have a fence on your property line, but you can't have a wall on your property line if it's over 6 feet, right? What's the difference? I mean, a wall is a wall. And I mean, visually, there's no change. Why would you have to give up 6 feet of your property to your neighbor because you're building a wall? Not that I want to build a wall or anything, but I'm just trying to, put this. You end up losing a good portion of your property if you had to put the wall within the requirements for side yard setbacks.
There's no retaining walls don't have to meet any yard requirements.
Oh, I see the difference between retaining wall and a wall.
Sean, you going to say something there?
Yeah, so it's basically trading off. So as the fence is higher than 6 feet, 2 meters, then you have to step it back from the property line so it's not as intrusive on the neighboring property.
Does that clarify for you?
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, we can, we can put a circle around it and come back. We've got a lot of words to go through. I've got a circle around it. Jen, go ahead.
Just if we're finished with fences, I've got a question about 4.1, actually. I wonder if I might address that.
Oh, we're going to go back? Yep.
If that's all right.
Sure.
4.1 is accessory apartments. And I see that these accessory apartments are permitted in rural, hamlet residential, and rural residential. Why not SR1? because we are looking at a bit of a housing conundrum in Algonquin Highlands, and there's a lot of SR1 out there. So what's the rationale for not including SR1?
Airbnbs.
Airbnb. Or, sorry, short-term rentals. Let's not pick on a company.
Right. But you haven't made a determination about short-term rentals yet. So we're kind of putting the cart before the horse if we're saying we're not going to do this because of short-term rental.
I don't think it matters what decision the township or the county makes on short-term rentals. The conversations that have been held on this particular topic are around additional load, additional impact on the lake and the waterfront. And so if you have an apartment, if you have a waterfront house, a waterfront property, and you have an apartment in it, then it could be, Sean, you'll remember this conversation when we had I think it was a zoning amendment? I don't want to name names, but just down the road, where the concern was, part of the conversation was around, if you have a waterfront home and a separate apartment, so you live in your house and you have a dock, and you have a separate apartment, and then they want a dock, and then they want a boat, and then they want lawn chairs, and then you've just doubled up your shoreline use. And the previous conversation was around taking care not to provide conflicting uses that would be conflicting to other stewardship issues around lake health and impact and load and capacity and stewardship.
Okay.
So, and I'm pretty sure that was in this term, but it might have been very early. Does anybody remember that conversation? It was.
Yes.
So Liz is nodding. I mean, it's been widely, accessory apartments not in the waterfront zones is nobody wants, like the other municipalities aren't doing that either. Everybody's kind of adamant about that for those reasons, because it's not going to alleviate a housing shortage. It's going to create more short-term rental opportunities. And that's the difference between economy and housing. Housing is to house people so they can live here and work here and have jobs here and have a life here, as opposed to a different person coming into the basement every other week or every week. Lisa?
Okay, that helps. Thank you.
Just sort of following up with that, how would that work with accessory apartments and onshore on waterfront in regards to garden suites? So say I had a property on the water and I had a garage and my aging parents now wanted to move onto my property and I wanted them in the garage apartment opposed to in my house.
So garden suites are portable.
And I think as well that the regulations on garden suites is that there are actually provisions in the bylaw, but each application has to be done as a temporary use zoning bylaw. So council gets to approve every application for garden suite, and you can set whatever conditions that you want. The major thing that came in with garden suites when they were first introduced was that they were not going to be permanent structures, and they wouldn't become grandfathered by an amendment to the zoning bylaw, so that they were treated as temporary use provisions, so that at the end of the time frame, then the municipality can have them removed, as opposed to, if you zone a property to allow an accessory apartment, you can't really unzone that. They become legal non-conforming at some point. That does not happen with garden suites. That's the basic difference between them. And so again, to the scale of those as well. So that was the basic key.
Lisa?
Sorry. And where do these portable garden suites go? I'm just thinking environmentally, do they now end up in C&D waste? Like, where's the long-term planning with that?
They'd probably be resold, is my guess.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Lisa, I'm not following your concern. So if somebody wants to have their aging parent, or, there's all kinds of different kinds of opportunities to come and stay with them in a garden suite. It's registered isn't the right word. Planning people help me out, but it's portable. And when that use for that person is no longer needed, the aging parent passes away or goes into longer term care, then that unit needs to go away. Where it goes away, I don't know. But I think Jen's right. If it's a trailer of some sort or some portable unit, it would be, I don't think trailers are allowed. What can be a garden suite, notwithstanding the earlier conversation that garden suites are probably a bit of a moot point given the other changes at the provincial level. If someone were to say, come to you, Sean, and say, I want to put in place a garden suite, what could it be?
To be honest, I haven't had to deal with the garden suite, so it would not be a trailer, is that my understanding. It is something that would be placed on the property and would have the ability to be removed once the temporary use bylaw expires, is my understanding.
So can we get some clarification on that, please?
Angie's hands up.
I just, you know what, the problem is everybody on my screen, everybody's head is the same size, except Angie's is this big because the camera is so far away from Angie. And when she puts her hand up, I know she puts it in front of her dark shirt so I can see it, but she's just a little pea head out there. I can't really see her. Jen, you let me down. You didn't let me know Angie's hand was in the air.
Yeah.
Angie, go ahead, please. Do you know?
I don't know for sure, but what I would envision is that it would just be a structure that would be on piers or blocks or something that you could literally have a moving truck when you're done with it, pick it up and take it away. It doesn't have to be on wheels. It just it wouldn't be on a permanent foundation.
Okay, so we're going to get some clarification on that, please. And if we have to, we're back to what the conversation earlier is, as Jen said, let's not focus on them. You're right. But if we have to allow for garden suites at the provincial direction, then let's make sure that we fully understand what a garden suite can and cannot be, and what an accessory dwelling can and cannot be, and what an accessory apartment can and cannot be. I think if we could get some written clarification on the similarities or differences among those three things, that would be a great, Sean. Thanks. Jen, go ahead. Is that your hand up?
Yeah, I taking back perhaps slightly what I said before, if garden suites are permitted in SR1, but accessory apartments are not, then it is no longer really moot because people might be looking at those as alternatives too. So it is indeed important to have it part of the conversation for sure.
Yeah, I think the difference is you can't, if you get permission from the municipality to have a garden suite for grandma, I don't know who's keeping track of grandma's health, but at some point that garden suite has to go away. And so there's another enforcement issue is, Sean, if we can clarify, what is the mechanism for the permitted use of that garden suite ending and the township knowing and then being able to do something? Yeah, I think that's a good point. I mean, I think the idea is a person needing care for a temporary period for a shorter period of time is probably not going to increase not going to have any capacity or impact issues on land and lake. Whereas if it was retained as a rental, then it could be. So let's just get that clarification if we can. And I'm writing that down. Are there any hands in the air? Lisa Berry.
And Angie.
And Angie, thank you.
Sorry, this is my last one about on the water. I do think that COVID has shown, speaking as a parent, some of the needs that aren't just necessarily caring for your parents. Some parents are now caring for grandchildren, and I've heard the discussion from many parents of like, oh, I just wish I could have my mom or my aunt or my cousin come and live with us for a year while we figure out this homeschooling, that type of thing. And to me, sometimes those helping hands aren't necessarily a financial revenue comparable to an Airbnb. And also sometimes those helping hands aren't maybe needed in your physical home, but an accessory building like a garden suite or an accessory apartment or something like that is just something to be considered, not necessarily just because of it's on water or not on water.
Okay, I think the being on water is the absolute most important point of the whole thing.
Me too.
But that's just me. Not everybody gets to live on water. That's the harsh reality. And I understand your point completely around COVID, Lisa. I think the challenge in my mind automatically, I think COVID hit, nobody knew what was coming, and suddenly folks were stuck at home, either, losing their job, not working, having to work from home, and cobbling together their resource network so they could understand that completely. We've seen lots and lots of situations like that. Should that situation have arisen, nobody would have been able to build something. Like you would never have gotten a builder or the supplies to build the secondary property or secondary building for such persons. So that while I appreciate the pandemic and the needs of people as the example, I'm not sure that it fits, because if you know what I'm saying, you wouldn't get something built anyway. If you didn't already have a second building or a second dwelling on your property, you wouldn't have been able to build one to put your aunt or uncle or parent in to help with the kids. You would never have gotten it built in time. If that makes sense.
Unless you're Councillor Barry's husband, in which case you could probably do it in about 8 days. I think there are exceptions to that rule, and I'm sorry to push back, but there are probably exceptions there.
But we want to build our community for the future, not for circumstances. And I think the pandemic has been unique. It's not going to go away, but I would hate to think that we would be making long-term land use planning decisions on this circus that has befallen society. I have concerns that changing capacity and impact on waterfront properties, or changing capacity on waterfront properties, will have impacts on the lake health that we're working so hard in other areas to preserve. Liz.
Well, and unfortunately, the zoning bylaw is put in place not for the people who are going to do things right. It's made for those people who take advantage of situations or use structures in inappropriate ways. And the fewer opportunities that you create for people to do that, probably the better off we are. And although that might be a solution for an interim problem, in the long term, it probably creates more problems.
Mm-hmm. Lisa?
I guess my thought is yes. I know my initial point was about COVID and helping hands and that, but as a fairly young parent with young kids, and I'm seeing the rising cost of housing and that, I see things are going to reverse a little bit too, and parents are going to be helping their kids because their kids can't afford $1 million property next door to them, just with the rising cost of housing right now as well. I think my thought is not just planning for pre-COVID, but planning for post-COVID with the rising costs of housing and living.
I still see it as, yes, you're not wrong, but not everybody gets to live on waterfront, and you're right, waterfront property is through the roof right now. So I don't know who would be buying it. I mean, I think we need to acknowledge too that our individual philosophies are very different on this, and they always have been. I think they always will be. And it's not an argument. It's just a discussion about what's appropriate for the community. And I will never support, I don't believe it, never say never, increasing capacity on waterfront when we are working so hard to try and preserve waterfront and shorelines and water bodies and fisheries. And I think more people on waterfront is not the way to go. So I don't know, our planner people, I don't know where we are now. I've kind of lost track of where we are.
We're on garages.
We're not. We're on the CIO. Angie has her hand up.
And landings.
I just wanted to go back to the timeline trigger for garden suites, and they are temporary use, and so the temporary use bylaw would have a timeline on it. that would have to be kept track of by staff. So that would be the trigger.
Okay, so thank you for that. So that if somebody had a garden suite and they had it for X period of time, if the person using it within that time frame no longer needed it, the township would catch up to them in X, like 2, 5, 6 years, whatever that timeline is, and then it would have to be removed.
The timeline in the Planning Act is actually 10 years on the first time, and then it can be extended beyond that as with an application.
10 years, okay. All right, well, at least we know that, then it's 10 years. So Liz, where did you say we were?
Stairs, ramps, and landings.
Oh, yes, here we are.
Yeah, so the next one was on page 27 to provide for some additional flexibility for stairs, again, ramps and landings that could be provided in the front yard. Again, limited in their width, and where they are also limited in area for landings, so that you're building large decks within that front yard area. So it's a matter of recognizing, you know, the need for access or stairs and landings based on topography and such things, but not turning them into large decks or anything along that line.
And can I ask, is this is meant to be, presumably this is waterfront as well? This, I mean, we're not
Yes.
talking about limiting the size of the width or size of a landing that somebody could put on a rural property. This is waterfront, right?
This would apply to all properties, including waterfront. It would include the rural. It's basically the exception that says that you can come in within the yard requirements, the front yard requirement in that case, to build that particular kind of structure. I mean, right now, the requirement would be that if you're, you know, whether it's a rural property or a hamlet residential property, that, you know, your stairs, ramps, and landings would normally have to meet the setback requirements for the zone that they're in.
And I actually, with apologies, I do want to back us up because we're not at F. I'd like to talk about the one prior, 4.2.7D. This is about steps or patios, and it's changing the distance from 4.5
Yes.
meters to 12 meters to the high water mark. So my question around that is that kind of defeats the purpose of stairs to the lake. If your stairs it can't be any closer than 12 meters, then how do you get the rest of the way to the lake?
That's the F provides an exception that says notwithstanding D. But yeah, I agree with you. I did forget. I did have my note to look at that extra setback for decks, deck studies, which basically
So-
goes into 12 meters. But then the override to that would be then to also still allow stairs to be going within that area.
So, okay, so F, yeah, okay, I apologize. F is notwithstanding D, because it's a huge jump from 4.5 meters to 12, and it just seems that it can put you into no man's land in certain cases. Mind you, we do know that we've been talking for years and years and years with all the flooding we've seen, and you know, about moving things back from hanging out over the water. And that is not a shoreline bylaw discussion. That was a discussion long before that ever came up. So what was the rationale for moving to 12 meters on that?
Sean may remember probably more than I would, other than this provision would allow you to provide depths that were up to 4.5 meters from the shoreline, and decks can be fairly large structures in their own right. And it was part of that general view, I think, as you mentioned, Madam Mayor, to be moving activity back from the shoreline. The 12 meters, again, no magic to that number. It just sort of, you know, starts moving you back from the shoreline for a lot of the activity.
And yeah, just to add to that, yes, exactly what Rick has said. We're just proposing to move structures further back from the water than the current zoning bylaw permits. That was something that council had brought up quite a bit with moving structures. So the 12 meters, that's something we can certainly reduce if council feels that would be too much from the 4.5 meters. So yeah, we'd certainly look for some direction there.
Yeah, it does seem like a big jump, so I'd go to council. I see Liz's hand and then Jen's, please.
It does seem like a big jump, and I see the point about trying to move things back from the high water mark. Our experience with the Committee of Adjustment and people wanting to tack things onto their buildings, sort of comes to mind. But I'm kind of thinking that there should be some mathematical formula that we arrive at that coincides with the shoreline preservation or tree cutting bylaws, or rather than an arbitrary number. I just sort of see people saying, well, why 12 meters? Like, how did you arrive at that? Or what does that relate to? So I just would like us to be able to adequately explain to people where that comes from. Other than, yeah, well, we just picked a number.
Jen.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with Liz wholeheartedly. I think this has to be based in science and best practice. And I know that we're just reviewing this for the first time, and it's to get the conversation started, which is great. But I agree, this is a point that I'd like to drill down on further. I also wonder whether it's a good idea or a bad idea to remove steps and stairs away from decks, balconies, and patios. When I think about some of the properties, a number of properties in Ward 3 and probably in other wards too, there is a really big incline to the waterfront. It's a necessary way to get to the water, and folks are ingenious in figuring out these staircases that seem to cling on to the side of the hill, and they get people down there safely. And they're an essential part of getting to the water. And again, the 12 meters just isn't possible in those sorts of circumstances. But I also think we should recognize the importance in many circumstances of steps and stairs helping to prevent erosion from happening. If you're trying to scramble down a bit of an incline and you go down this piece of land and then it gets a little bit muddy, so you move over 2 feet and you go down that piece of land, what you're doing is actually eroding that shoreline, whereas a step or a stair can really help to direct traffic and make and serve to protect some of the shoreline around it. So I don't see steps and stairs as being necessarily in the same category as the others, and I wonder if they could or should be pulled out.
Well, they are to a certain extent in item F in red, which is saying that those, notwithstanding D, stairs, ramps, and landings, of course, I had to clarify, in exactly your situation that you just mentioned, Jen, step, landing, step, landing, step. So your 4.2.7 F permits them.
Okay.
But they can't be any bigger than the sizes there. So the idea is it is pulled out technically in the weird world of planner speak. My concern was and still is making sure that people can actually still get stairs to where they need to get them to, without wreaking havoc on their on their waterfront.
All right, so I was indeed confused by F then.
They just have to be, they can't be giant, they can't be stairways to heaven. They have to be a certain size. Is that correct, Sean and Rick?
Yes.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, and certainly in Ward 3, there, people understand that, and they're little staircases that go down. Okay, so that's fine. I guess my only observation then is I find that confusing, and if there is a way, even after your original description, I found it a little bit confusing. So if there's a way of clarifying that, that might be helpful for other readers. But I'm glad it's out. That's
Nothing in planning can be clarified for other readers. it's a hard slog, and it's not written because it's not written this way because somebody couldn't be bothered to figure out a better way. It's written this way because that's how it has to be. It's like, planning.
I have to say, Sean and I did have the conversation on how to restructure the whole issue of the steps. And at one point we had pulled them out of clause D completely. Then we realized that we weren't providing for the other yards where you had to have them regulated as well. So we did go back and forth on that one. And again, we can still look at it to make sure it is more clear if possible.
Okay, so we'll seek some clarity there, if possible.
Okay. The next item was 4.2.8 on garages and carports. Again, was adding the phrase "and carports" to the regulations for garages, on it, treating them basically the same. We did add a clause at the end that provided for the addition to an existing attached garage or carport that are already located closer than the 30 meters. Again, it provides a bit more flexibility on that to avoid committee of adjustment applications, particularly for, say, a minor addition to a garage that's 20 meters from the shore as opposed to 30. I would note as well, talking about doing all my cross-referencing, the reference there to section 4.10, I think, is supposed to be 413 on that as well, which deals with non-complying buildings and structures.
And so what this means is if you have an existing garage, you can add a carport, but it can't be any closer to the water.
Or you can either add a carport portion to it as long as it meets coverage and all the other requirements. Yeah, as long as it's no closer to the water than the existing.
Well, I mean, that's like anything else. I mean, most
in addition to the garage itself. Yes.
Okay. And that's like anything else. Even now you can put an addition on your property, but it can't be closer to the water unless there's no other means. Liz.
I got a bit of a concern with this. As Rick just said, you could add to your garage. What if you want to add 2 bays to your garage? It's no closer than the existing garage, but it's still a huge impact if it's, if your property has been built in a way that everything is far too close to the water. And you're going to allow a huge addition to a garage?
Sean?
So it would be addressed similarly as we deal with additions to dwellings right now, where there are provisions where you can build without having to go to committee of adjustment, say if you were more than 50 feet back from the water. For those ones like you described where they are close to the water and the addition would be closer to the water, they would still require that committee of adjustment approval.
I just have a problem with garages being that close to the water because, I mean, quite often there's material kept at them, stuff stored in them that's far more, I don't know, just more hazardous to the health of a lake. That I just kind of thought this does not say the extent of the addition that you could make a huge addition to a garage on some properties, and it would be just fine.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point that it might be worth taking a look at this a little more closely. We've actually provided structure or sections on dealing with the size of cottages or dwellings in the shoreline lots that could be expanded. Maybe this is the same type of situation should apply here as well. I agree with the deputy mayor's comment. That yes, if you have one bay garage at the present time, detached garage that's 20 meters from the shoreline, this would allow them to go to a 3 bay, provided they meet lot coverage and all the other requirements, and continue on with that 20 meter setback. If that is a concern, then there is the possibility to put in a restriction on the potential addition that would be going on, or and Sean, I don't remember, while I'd have to look into it again. You can have more than one garage on a property.
Correct. Yeah, it's regulated through accessory structure lot coverage.
Yeah, that's right. So theoretically, this could be if it's a real concern and real issue, you could still restrict the size of additions to garages and carports that are less than 30 meters from the shoreline. And because you always have the option of building a separate freestanding structure if you choose to.
So you could maybe put in some calculation about, or percentage addition that you'd be allowed to say, add 30%, or I'm just throwing that number out there as an example, as opposed to saying, yes, you can build an addition, period. It's something
Yeah, and
like-
I think, you know, I think one of the things I feel about planning.
Yes.
Sorry, go ahead, Rick.
I'm going to turn my video off. I just got a note that says my internet connection is unstable, so I'm not sure if I'm going to miss anything. So if you're okay with that, I'll just turn my video off for the time being.
We're seeing and hearing you fine.
Okay, all right. Okay, well then I'll leave it now, and hopefully nothing will happen. So sorry, I actually did have that. I missed the last comment that was made.
I was just saying that I feel like in planning, we spend a lot of time crafting language that lets people do more. And I think I know it sounds like really harsh, but sometimes the answer is no. You can't do that. You can't have that, and you can't be there. I mean, it's up to us to make the decisions philosophically that then get translated into planner speak that are planning for the long-term use of land in our community and based on what kind of community we know the public wants to have. And again, my old community is changing rapidly. There are different needs. People are asking for more, bigger, you know, closer. And is that what we want to do here? And that's what our role here is. So I want to make sure that we don't craft a document that finds a way for everybody to be able to do whatever they want. That sometimes the answer is, I'm sorry, you're all full up there. You can't do that. And what is that? And what is that threshold?
Or that you go through a public process. And I guess that's really the particularly dealing with non-complying buildings and structures. That becomes the issue is if 100% of the applications that go to committee of adjustment for an exemption to a bylaw are being approved, then maybe the provision in the bylaw is wrong in the first place.
That's right.
Which is coming at it, you know, the same as I think what you were mentioning, but comes at it from the other angle of saying, you know, people who also have their properties, and a lot of times, and the argument's made that the impact of the addition is sometimes a lot less than having to relocate completely and you know, to meet the requirements. So, you know, there's sometimes, unfortunately, planning is not planning. Zoning bylaws are black and white. Either you meet it or you don't meet it, or you meet the exception or you don't meet it. Whereas from a planning perspective, you're on a spectrum, and that's, I guess, where the committee of adjustment comes in. But like I said, if you have to rezone or go to committee of adjustment and they're approved 100% of the time, then I always suggest to whom I'm saying, is it appropriate? I agree. And if there is concern that, you know, overly large structures could be expanded on, you know, and unfortunately in zoning bylaws as well, we tend to set standards for the worst case scenarios. So the one person that does it then sets the stage for everyone else being subject to the requirement. Again, it's also part of our human nature too, I guess. It's a balance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. And I think the balance has to come from these conversations where council has to be clear on what it is we want for the community. And then it's, you know, the job of you fellas to put it into action. Liz.
Just kind of, it's not on garages and carports, but on the decks, balconies. I just wonder if this isn't a place for us to have a little discussion about deck creep, and whether there's any way for us to deal with it. The idea that, you know, you build a house, you build a deck, then you want to close in the deck, make it a Muskoka room, and you want to build another deck, and then you close that in. Like, is there any way to control that? It just seems to me that a lot of what comes to the committee of adjustment could be described as deck creep. And, you know, the fact that you can build a deck without necessarily having a permit, and then come and close it in and ask to build another deck, or to build another deck, is something that we need to address.
And I think it does. Sean's going to explain that. Or hope.
Yeah, so yes. So that's what we were proposing with the 12-meter setback is that's sort of the way to, one way to deal with the deck creep is they're not going to be able to go out as close to the water as they were before. It's going to have to stay. I mean, it already says you can't project more than 6 meters from the face of the building. And as soon as you want to enclose that, it would have to comply with the zoning bylaw, which if it doesn't, that's a committee of adjustment decision. That they
6
have to
feet, you
meet.
mean, not 6 meters?
No, it's a 6-meter projection from the front face of the building.
For a deck.
Correct.
So yeah, I mean that's I'm glad you circled back on that, Liz, because that the short time I spent on the committee of adjustment, we gnashed our teeth repeatedly about debt creep. Happens all the time, and it's a way that folks just creep closer to the water. So if that 12 meters, so if somebody came, Sean, but you can still build a deck without a permit. Can you not? Which is kind of circling back to what Liz said. Go ahead.
You would need a permit if it's attached to the house.
Okay.
If it's less than 100 square feet and not attached to the house, then a building permit may not be required, but they would still need to comply with zoning requirements.
Okay, so somebody wants to participate in debt creep because it suits their needs. And then they just go to the committee of adjustment seeking relief from the 12 meters. Do they not?
They could potentially do that, and then it would be up to the committee to decide whether to approve it or deny it.
And then, of course, committee of adjustment decisions are made primarily based on the recommendation of the planner, which is based in the very documents we're discussing today. Does the language in this document provide for you as the planner to recommend to the committee of adjustment that debt creep continue?
Well,
like would you come to them and say, our document says it's allowed, and so I would recommend the committee of adjustment allow this deck to move forward, literally and figuratively.
Well, each application is evaluated on its own merits. I think this document, if we were to go with the 12 meter, would show that council is interested in keeping structures further from the water. So that could potentially help in my recommendation to not support a minor variance. But it's hard to speculate without seeing a specific application. Yeah,
certainly. And there are special circumstances. That's what a committee of adjustment's for. Okay, so then back to this decks, balconies, steps, patios, and the 12 meters. We were going to be seeking some a little more clarity on D and F. So do you want to just leave that conversation there for now and let the clarity on those two items come back and see where we land? Is everyone's head spinning already? Yay for planning. Okay, so carports. So you're going to look at, Rick, you're going to look, and Sean, you're going to look at some sort of further clarification on limits or percentages of coverage or something that addresses the concerns that Liz has raised.
Yes.
Okay, so that will come back. Liz, or no, somebody.
One more question on this page on a different subject before
Yes.
we move on to the next red line. Under shore road allowance, and you're not allowed to put any freestanding building on the shore road allowance other than, what's been allowed here on a shore road allowance that's owned by the township or the crown. Does that in fact mean that if something is built on township, I think I know the answer to this, but if you build something like a gazebo or a little bunkie on a shore road allowance that belongs to the township, does that in fact mean that the bunkie belongs to the township? Rick's grinning.
I guess that's the old question. People could probably walk through it if they chose to because it's a public road allowance, but it would still be a private structure on public land. And again, that this actually in the zoning bylaw permits it.
Okay. I was kind of hoping for a different answer, but that's, I had to ask.
Well, and I'm not, this is one of the ones that where, and I think speaking very briefly to Councillor Barry several days ago we were having a chat, this was last week, and I said, how are you making out with the, with reading this document? You were saying it's the exceptions. And that's where I mentioned earlier, it almost feels like you can't do this except, and you can't do that, but you can do this except. It just seems to be this royal of hidden permissions if you just stitch the words together the right way. So to this point, I did have it circled, Liz, so thank you for raising it.
Angie
so
alert.
Okay, Angie alert. Okay, I'll go to Angie first before I say something that she's going to correct me on. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to point out in this particular section under the shore road allowance speaks to the conversation that council had previously on shore road allowances and the intended use. So, it speaks specifically where it's, even if it's not owned and is adjacent to a patented lot, the use, it will be accessory to that lot.
And that was my question, that this addresses our road allowance, not shore road allowance, but road allowance adjacent to a property. Yeah. Okay. So is that okay then? Because that actually, should that whole section have been read then? Doesn't matter. So it covers the adjacent part. Angie?
That's not new.
Oh, isn't it? Oh my God. We employ planners. Okay, then we are at docking facilities on page 28. I'm just with an eye to the time, it's 10:30. Do you want to take a quick break?
I'd love to get a coffee.
I think I need a coffee. Jen's looking a bit deflated, so maybe we all need a little walk around the yard and a coffee and come back. Okay, well, I'm gonna walk my puppy. So it's 10:30. Shall we say 10:40? Is 10 minutes enough?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see you back here at 10:40. Okay, we are reconvened and we are at section 4.2.9E, I believe.
Yeah, the change on this one is to add a new clause that provides for the maximum length or projection into the water for a dock to be 15 meters. Also, we built in, and through discussions with Sean, thought it might be worthwhile to have the qualifier that says where it's shallow water depths that are an issue, that the length of the dock can be extended until you reach at least 0.75 meters of water depths at the end of the dock, so that you can get a boat in properly to a maximum of 30 meters. The purpose for this is to avoid a lot of Committee of Adjustment applications on the basis of shallow water situations. The wording that I did take from this one was one that I had prepared in Gravenhurst a number of years ago. And again, it does seem to be working well, but I've not been aware of any major issues with it. But again, it goes to the principle of how much flexibility you want to build in.
This will, with our fluctuating water levels, particularly with our current conditions, this is virtually impossible to achieve. Jen?
Thank you. I'm just wondering, what are the provisions for should this dock go into a set of narrows and block off some of the waterway? What happens then?
Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, I was just going to say, so there are, I believe it's Transport Canada and the Coast Guard. We also direct people there because currently we don't have a limit on how far in a dock can project from a shoreline. But they do have to still comply with those other requirements from different agencies. So depending on how wide the water body is, there would be certain requirements they would have to meet also.
The challenge, Liz, I see your hand. The challenge there, of course, is that there's nobody home at any of those agencies. So it's all well and good for us to say that it's someone else's jurisdiction. But should there be a challenge or a concern or a conflict, you can call Transport Canada or DFO or whoever you want till the cows come home, and they're not coming. There's no cavalry at the end of that checkbox. Liz?
No, cavalry is a good way to put it. I'm just wondering if we couldn't put some wording like notwithstanding the need for to not block navigable waters, or some trigger, some wording that would let people know that there needs to be further consideration in some cases. And I just kind of worry about this, you know, when you look at the circumstances that we're seeing this summer with the water levels being so low, and, you know, we really don't know if they'll be resolved throughout the summer. God, how many docks are we going to have going out? How far? You know, it just, I obviously we need to do something. I'm just concerned about the extent of the problem that we might run into here.
Yes, and additionally to that is my questions are, you know, who measures it and how? And we've had this conversation even around the proposed shoreline bylaws, asking any of us as civilians to get involved in determining high water mark. It's impossible for the average Joe to do. And I'm always a bit nervous when the high water mark is noted as the threshold for something, because it's just not something the average person can do without hiring a surveyor. And you can have a plan that shows where your high water mark is, but you don't really know where it is on the land. So I've got some, I appreciate the intent, and I think we had actually asked for this. From my previous notes, it was raised somewhere, but the actual implementation of it seems somewhat problematic given the reservoir and flow through lakes, particularly as Liz has mentioned this summer. Jen.
I'm also fearful for snowmobiler safety, especially through Narrows. If something appears that's never been there before and snowmobilers are going on their merry way, that could create a serious safety issue. If it's extending 30 meters, that's, yeah, wow. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, it looks like the 30 meters was already there. This is just the E2 is what's new. So Sean or Rick, what do you think about that? I mean, with respect, neither of you live here, so may not be overly familiar with the drastic fluctuation of water levels. I have been in constant communication with some very upset people the last couple of weeks that have sent photographs of their docks. They could go out, doesn't matter how far they go, they're not going to find water right now. They'd be in the middle of the lake. So how do we address that? You know, we've got severe challenges in certain areas, and they are severe. So we want to represent those folks as well. And Jen's right about, you know, projections I mean, so I'm not sure about the snowmobiling part, because most docks, they're seasonal, they should be coming in the winter. So we maybe need a little more thought around all this. Any thoughts from you fellas? Sean, go ahead.
Yeah, so what we're doing here is it's challenging. I certainly recognize that, especially this year with the drastic water levels for sure. It's a hard balancing act, because right now there is no limit in our zoning bylaw. And that's what we're trying to achieve here, is sort of set what that limit is. And people would still have the option of applying for a minor variance in the future from this. I'm not sure how many applications we would receive on that, because right now there is no limit. So it's not something that has been subject to a minor variance application before. There have been some for boathouses to project out into the water, because there is a limit on how far those can. So it is certainly something that has come up in the past before.
Liz?
Just a note, 30 meters does not equal 498 feet.
No, that's right, it doesn't. Still, 30 meters is still
It's, well, 30 meters is still
100 feet.
like 100 feet out into the water is a long way.
There are currently docks that are 100 feet out because of the landscape of those particular waterfront properties. So what does
Angie's also got her hand up there.
yeah, Angie, what say ye?
I guess I just have a question, maybe for Sean, is we don't have a maximum projection now. Do we know if there's been problems with the length of docks or whether there are, it impedes a navigable waterway or anything like that? Like, has there been problems?
Good question. And it's not something that has come up really all that much, to be perfectly honest. Yeah.
My concern is that because of the fluctuating water levels, that this will be impossible for a certain number of residents to be able to achieve without either, well, spending an awful lot of money for a dock extension, which many people are not opting to do at the moment, given the price of things, or having to pay the fee to go to the committee of adjustment. It almost seems that folks would be, it would be perceived as being punished for a situation that was not of those property owners making. That's my concern. But then how do you balance that against Jen's concern about narrows, because that is true. So, you know, maybe as to Angie's point, maybe the answer is if we haven't had any challenges or problems, then we don't do anything about it. Jen, and then I think Angie, I think I saw your hand, Angie.
I'm not sure if I actually beg to differ a little bit on the property owner not making that situation. When you buy a piece of property, one of the things that may interest you is how deep the water is in front of that property. And if you don't think it's deep enough for your purposes, then there are other properties that are available. You know, it is up to the property owner to make sure that they're buying something. And we've had this conversation before, for sure, that they're buying something that is amenable to their purposes and to not expect that the world can transform itself to meet their needs.
Yeah, and I would have to disagree with that. I think the level differences that we're seeing this year are borderline catastrophic on a number of fronts. And the people who have owned property for 20, 40, 60, 80 years are seeing levels that they've never seen before. And it's Trans-Severn Waterway. It's the way the watershed's water control system is managed by a federal agency. And we've also had challenges, you know, we don't know, I'm not pointing fingers, but someone buys a property and there is 7 feet of water. And then there's a dry year, extraordinary circumstances like we've had, and the water goes away. And then they've got a mud flat and a dock that's sitting basically on a mud flat. So if those people wanted to put their boat in, they could buy new docks, but how far out are they going to go? And then now you're into navigable waters again, because should the water come up, and as Liz said, we may not see that resolved this year, but should the water come back up, then there's a big long dock in the middle of the lake. Jen.
Then I think for me, the outstanding question is not just how do we measure the high water mark, but what is the high water mark? And when does the high water mark legally change? So after how many years of drought does the high water mark get recognized as being lower than what it once was? Because if this is an exceptional year, then I wouldn't think that, you know, that there would be any change, because the high water mark is still recognized as normally being in a certain level. That's my outstanding question.
So either of the planner men can answer the mysterious question of high water marks. Sean, go ahead.
So yeah, a high water mark is a regulated contour around a body of water. So a surveyor would be able to go out there and measure that accurately where that elevation is. And as far as when it changes, though, that I wouldn't be able to provide comment on. I'm not familiar with after how many years of water not reaching a high water mark, if that's something that's reviewed, but can certainly look into that further.
Yeah, I mean, high water mark, there's the old high water mark and the new high water mark, and that's those exist now. And I don't know what the trigger was for the change, Rick. Do you know what? I don't, you know, it doesn't matter, but we are seeing changes that are catastrophic to certain, certain sectors of the community, but both ways, because for 5 or 6 years we had too much water, and people had water in their boathouses, and people had water washing over their docks, and this year, because of the conditions, it's the exact opposite, and it's dire for all kinds of reasons. So I don't know how we reconcile this, because it's dependent on something over which we have no jurisdiction or control or authority. So I don't know what to do with it, because there's no win. No matter what we do in this regard, it will be seen as almost punishment to some.
Is the question then whether there should be a limit to the length of docks in the first place, or if there is a limit, should there be flexibility for the low water levels? And then if it's the former, if the idea is that you want to limit the length of docks from a zoning perspective, is 15 meters the appropriate length? Muskoka Lakes Township is 20 meters. I think it varies by municipality, but the length of docks, again, is whatever the community standard becomes on it. It's probably reasonable to regulate the length. If you don't build in the exception, then it just means that anything that goes beyond, whether it's 50 meters or 20 meters or whatever the number happens to be, would require a variance.
That seems like a make work project to me, Jen.
Rick or Sean, is it possible to state the dock length will be a certain proportion of the navigable water space in front of it, up to a maximum of something? So we're kind of hitting both birds with one stone there. We've got our legal maximum, but the navigable waterways proportion is also embedded as a percentage.
Again, the issue there would be measuring that and how that would be done. I mean, it could be done from a navigable waters perspective, and I always get a little bit buffaloed with some of the federal regulations, but sometimes the navigable area is closer into the shoreline on one side than it is on the other for whatever reason. So that there may be very different, sort of setting it as a proportion might not solve the problem. Although if you do set a maximum, then yes, you've got a limit that's set up. I think in some ways you try to build in as little discretion in the zoning bylaw as possible, because that's where it gets difficult to implement. Does that make sense? I don't know, Sean, if you have anything to add to that.
No, I was going to defer to you on that one, Rick. So.
Is it the idea is so that people don't have docks sticking out into the middle of nowhere and not unlike the fences blocking the neighbor's view, so that everybody has a little extension into the lake for their boat and their deck chairs and their potted plants and their water view, but not to create a pedestrian overpass that impedes either navigation or viewscape. Is that not the intent here?
Yeah, yes, and I think it goes to the character of what your shorelines are going to be looking like. I mean, that's what a lot of the regulation on shoreline structures is. And again, if there's not been an issue or a problem with the length of docks on most lakes, then do you need to put in that restriction or any restriction on it? It's just that if you do have a restriction, then obviously that sets the maximum. Most people will tend to be able to work with that. If they can't, then they do apply for a variance for an exemption to it. I don't know the numbers that you would likely run into on that, with whether it's 50 meters or even 20 meters. So I don't know. It really is something that you need to be comfortable with as well.
I mean, if we were to put the limit in place and offer the opportunity for somebody to apply for an extension or a variance, then is that not putting the onus on the municipality then to know, discover, or learn the navigable water aspect of it? So that would mean Sean, in his research to process the application, he would need to then be able to make a recommendation based on the facts, or as Jen has said, on the science. And, you know, if you're on the Hawks or certain areas in Coagama or Raven, they're just sheer rock faces that go right into the lake and go down 150 feet. Or you can be in other lakes that have, if there weren't the dam system, they would just be rivers probably. And they're very shallow. So you can lose water this way, or you can lose water this way. And I think that would be far too onerous on the township to have to undertake that research for the planner to be able to make a recommendation to the committee of adjustment. That's why, to me, it sounds like a bit of a make work project. I don't know if we can win on this. I don't mean win as in defeat somebody, but I don't know if we can achieve a reasonable and equitable outcome on this.
I guess it's what you want your standard to be. I know in reference to the narrow waterways, as an example, some bylaws will define what a narrow waterway is, and they have a separate requirement for that. And I've seen the number of 8 meters as you know, again, the maximum length of a dock in a narrow waterway. Again, that keeps the middle part for sure pretty well open on that. The issue there is that you have to have a clear definition of what that narrow waterway is and how to measure across from it. I think Sean and I may have had some initial discussions on that, and we thought that might be a little more complicated than we needed to be looking at for here. Again, I don't know the scale of the issue or the problem, and you know, if council wants to regulate the length, then that means we have to come up with a number. If we come up with a number, then is that something that the majority of people would be able to accommodate in their development and not, you know, exceed what your community standards are supposed to be?
I think I'm hearing the comments from members of council. I wonder if because there hasn't been a problem, if we need to do anything. And I may live to regret that, but I think people are reasonable. They want to anchor they want to moor their boat and maybe have a cross section at the end with a couple of chairs and a planter. And I don't know that that's such a big problem. If we had, I don't know, and yeah, as Sean said, I don't know of any complaints. So I don't know, what does council want to do around this? Because we could talk about this particular issue for a long time, but we need to give some direction to these gents about whether or not we'd like them to come back with something a little bit different that's maybe not so onerous on either side, or would you like to just leave it? Or we can just set it aside. You know, we're not very far into a very big document, and we could, this is not our only meeting on this, so we could come back to it. Angie and then Julie.
I would recommend council take it out. But I would like to know, maybe from Sean, like, for consistency across the county, what are the other municipalities doing? Do you know?
Off the top of my head, I do not know what the maximum, if they do have a maximum projection, but I can certainly find that out right away.
Now, Sean, you did say that you get lots of calls from people asking how long their dock can be, but we do not have, you know, the Hatfields and McCoys around docks.
Correct. Yeah, it is an inquiry that I do receive quite often, and I do note that we do not have a maximum projection currently. However, they do need to make sure that they are in compliance with Transport Canada requirements. But it's not something that we do receive many complaints about.
Mm-hmm. Julie.
I was just going to say, I've only seen one recently to the Committee of Adjustment for dock length and depth, right, Sean? Not very often.
Boathouse, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was for a boathouse. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, Jen?
Yeah, no, it's not utterly necessary, but I do remember there was an item that was put before council a year or so ago of someone who wanted to buy a piece of property belonging to the municipality, and we did get into a big discussion about docks and things, and this actually did come up in that conversation because we didn't have an answer through the zoning bylaw, but it is the only one during my term on council that I recall when we had to have that conversation.
Could we set this item aside and then we can maybe think about it. And maybe Sean and Rick can find out what other folks have found to be the best practice in this regard, with the challenges of what is a narrow channel, what is the route for navigable water complaints and concerns. So that will come, then we can have that come back. That will just help us out a little bit. I have a question on the last item, E5, boat lifts shall be located within or adjacent to the permitted dock and or boathouse and or boat port. So that means that the boat lift cannot be at the end of the dock.
Yes, I believe that is what it's saying there, that it has to be adjacent to.
Okay. Because that would be the other issue too, in terms of the dock length, is there are some circumstances with the fluctuating levels that we experience, where as the season moves on, you tie your boat up further and further out on your dock to keep the deeper water. And there are a number of places where I believe for those reasons, there are boat lifts that are, I'd hate to be that person's neighbor, but there are boat lifts right at the end. Big structures. Okay, so I guess the next one is the addition to the boat houses and boat ports.
The only change on this one here was to set a maximum width or length for a dry land boathouse that would match the 8 meters that's set up for the in-water boathouses in Sherwood.
Okay, so I wondered why. My question was why, so that you just answered it.
Okay. And I guess the other question that comes in, and I guess this goes back to even my history with the municipality when Stanhope and Sherburne McClintock first got together and we did the first zoning bylaw, and the approach to boathouses had already been established in both of the original zoning bylaws. And again, that clause is carried forward. And so I guess every time we do a review, is there an appetite to change that approach and allow boathouses in the former township of an in-water boathouse in Stanhope, or make any change to that, or do we just leave it the way it is? Up to now, I think you've always made the decision to leave the status quo the way it was.
Liz and then Jen.
I'm glad you raised that issue, Rick, because it's something that I wanted to talk about. I do have an issue with there being different standards in different parts of the municipality. I think ultimately, although I know Sean assures us there's no precedent in planning, people like to point fingers at other places and say, well, they get to do it, but I don't. Contrary to your suggestion that we allow them in Stanhope so that we equal things, I would rather we go in the other direction and say, that's it, no in-water boat houses, or that we discuss it.
Yeah, and I can, having lived through the last time we had this discussion, there were hundreds, literally, of passionate positions on each side of that, which is one of the last times I was involved in this, council decided to leave it because it was so contentious on both sides. And that's not to say that, council doesn't want to make a tough decision. We make those all the time. But this was so big and so entrenched in lifestyles that it was best left alone. I certainly wouldn't want to open this can of worms, because I don't think it's, anyway. Jen.
Well, it is a can of worms, and it is at our table. We talk about equity within the county as being important on various matters, and here in our own township, we have a lack of equity on something that is very fundamental to people's enjoyment of their own private property. And I honestly, I don't know where I land. I really don't know where I land. But I do see the opening of the zoning bylaw review as a moment to to try to resolve some of the inequities that do exist. So I am game for a spin round on this, but I don't know where I land, which is good. That's the point. I shouldn't know where I land until we have the spin round. Yeah.
Thoughts from the other members of council? I mean, I would have to, if we were going to look at this, my position would be the same as Liz's, is that the in-water structures are eliminated. I cannot, it's, you know, I'd love to have an in-water boathouse that had a rooftop patio and, you know, and a bar and a radio and my boat and stairs and maybe a diving board, but I sure don't want my neighbor to have one. Now you're ruining we're back to contravening our own commitment to retaining viewscapes and not cutting off views from people. Liz.
I wonder if we can do a little bit of work on what surrounding municipalities are doing. Is there a move towards reducing the ability to have in-water boathouses, particularly in cottage country areas, just so that we've got some point of reference that we can go from. It may not help us make our decision in the end, but at least we'd have a little bit more information to assist us.
Well, I'll tell you, council needs to be very cognizant of the fact that if there was a move to allow to do the other way around and to allow in-water boathouses where they are currently prohibited, you will do nothing but increase the impact on the lake, because those boathouses will all have bunkies upstairs with kitchens, and then they'll be rented, and we're back to that same conversation. So we need to figure out what it is we want to do, and have the planner folks tell us how to get there. I'm going to go to Lisa before Rick, because she had her hand up.
My thoughts, you just basically said that my first thought is environmental. Second is viewscape. I did wonder if this is being addressed at all in shore, the preservation of the shoreline. I kind of see that being paramount in the discussion.
Julie, do you have any preliminary thoughts? This is not a fulsome discussion on this particular topic, but first blush, Julie, what thoughts do you have on
that? Was my question was the same as what Lisa just asked, is if it's in the shoreline preservation bylaw at all.
I don't. Liz, do you recall?
No, it's not specific. I mean, we talk about the amount of your shoreline that you're allowed to develop without specifically saying what you're going to put there. I mean, obviously there would need to be permit applications in that, but it's not specific to boathouses. It's more, you're allowed to develop X percentage, and even that right now is something that's open for discussion.
Right.
Yeah, because that process hasn't started yet. Really, I mean, there's some work done on it, but
yeah,
that hasn't happened. So, so what would council like to do about this? Because it's the you'll hear about this loud and clear, which is part of the process at the public consultation part. The last time we did this, the pro and con came specifically from Quagama Lake. And there was one meeting, a group, well, Liz, you might have been writing at that time. And that lake itself was split as one lake. And of course, one of many lakes that we have. Lots of people wanted to get rid of them, and lots of people said, how dare you, it's part of our lifestyle. So
it's still split, I think.
It would be, I would assume. I mean, I don't want to presume anything until we took it to a public process. Don't forget, again, with changes, I hear people all the time saying, down in the south where the in-water boat houses and boat ports aren't allowed, saying, gosh, I sure wish we had one of those. And then I would have, and then the list goes on about all the amenities that they would have in this boathouse, boat port, which I believe is a direct contravention to, again, the stewardship issues we're trying to implement in other areas. Liz.
I see Sean nodding about the ability to check with other municipalities about where they're standing on this, you know, might be similar to us in like the cottage country or more waterfront properties than not. And just identify this as something that we need to come back to and have another discussion about once we have just a little bit more comparative information.
Yep, that's certainly something I can look into.
Sorry, I'm just making a note about that. So I know put it in the square box, so it's coming back. Okay, so we'll get some more information and continue that discussion. And I'm sure if anybody is still following this meeting, I'm sure we'll hear about it, which is good. Public input's always good. So we'll have some comparative information from Sean on that. And the next section, I think, is there's a lot of metric measurements here, but not a lot of changes, I don't think.
There are two
unenclosed decks.
There are two changes that are within G and in I, where the recommendation is that the new unenclosed decks or the sauna would have to be 12 meters from the shoreline instead of the current rule of 4.5 meters. So that's probably the more significant change. It goes back to the earlier discussion that we had from the 4.5 to 12 meters on we were discussing earlier. So again, it's moving physical structures, built form back from the shoreline, which seems to be consistent with the approach that would be in the official plan, and that council seems to be going in that direction. But again, the actual number is not necessarily magical.
And so I think we should be consistent. This should maybe be the same as the decks and the patios if we're going to make a change from, because they all jumped from 4.5 to 12, and if we're going to make a change, that it should be consistent across the board there for that consistency. Lisa Berry.
Just to be clear, these are going forward, correct? So anyone with an existing utility shed, gazebo, whatnot, would remain. It would be those that were being erected going forward, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and there are often concerns about, oh, so if you already have one, you get to keep it, but if you're a new property owner, you can't build one. And the answer is yes. That's how planning works. So as a community changes, these documents change in accordance with the needs or challenges that a community faces. I think I saw a hand. Jen.
Thank you. Yes, I do see these changes, blue to red, in very much as placeholders. I think there is a big old conversation that has to take place on all of these shoreline preservation elements, probably treated as one. It would be awfully silly to say you can't put a little deck close to the water line, but boy, oh boy, you can sure build your boathouse. These are all interlinked. And of course, as we've already said, there's the county process that's happening too. So I'm glad that these specific points in the zoning bylaw have been brought to our attention. And I look forward to knowing how we take the conversation forward, but I sure don't think we're going to be resolving it today.
There's an awful lot we're not resolving today. And I was pleased to hear one of my questions was the same as Liz asked, is what is the proposed timeline? Because we also don't want to put a lot of conversation into what could change from the outcome at the county level.
Yeah.
So the timeline does allow for that process. So as I said at the beginning, they can happen parallel because there's a lot of other things in our zoning bylaw that we have to get sorted anyway. So we can carry on with that while that county process is underway. And they should be able to align at the other end. Hopefully. Liz.
I was just going to say, I'm pretty sure based on the timeline that we were given for by the consultants for the shoreline preservation bylaw, that it will, fingers crossed, that process will be completed before we're complete with our discussions here.
Oh, yeah.
So that'll help a lot.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, so you're right, Jen. So we will all of these things, and someone somewhere is taking notes. So let's put all of these shoreline things, as Jen said, quite astutely, put a pin in them. They warrant much more discussion, not only from ourselves, but reflective of what that shoreline bylaw process that the county is. Lisa Berry.
Sleeping cabin. In this title, there's no restrictions on where it goes. I didn't notice anything as far as, because they are permitted on water. So I just wanted to know, is there a setback for those?
Sean?
Yep, that is addressed in the table at the end of the zoning bylaw, which establishes all the setback requirements from different lot lines and high water mark.
Okay.
Yep, so we'll get there, Lisa.
Okay.
I guess we're at septic system leaching bed. Rick?
Yeah, on the next page 30, the septic system leaching bed, again, that put in the requirement for 30 meters from the high water mark for leaching bed system. There was some discussion of whether or not if a filter bed was being put in or a tertiary treatment system that's as defined in the building code were installed, if the minimum setback would just stay what the Ontario building code requires, which is 15 meters. Again, that's something that council may wish to consider on it. Actually, two things that you're considering here as well is do you want to have septic system leaching beds established at 30 meters from the shoreline? That seems to be the direction that many municipalities are going to. And then if you do that as your basic standard, if you go to a higher form of treatment system, are you satisfied that it could stay at the 15 meters, which is the building code minimum? So there are really two questions on here, and again, no magic to either one of those. I can tell you the 30 meters is becoming more standard across the board. The second aspect of the tertiary treatment is something that I've not seen specifically to any great extent yet, but it's quite possible as well.
And so for the tertiary system, if it's not something that has been seen, where did that come from? I mean, I think I've heard concerns before about septic systems, any aspect of a sewage system being anywhere near the water, and currently there are places where the septic system is in front of the property, between the property and the shore. I think is a bad thing. But looking for sort of where it came from, other than 30 meters is becoming standard. Is there any like just rationale for it?
Well, the rationale for the 30 meters has basically been evolving as have setbacks for main dwellings and principal uses that are going on shoreline properties. The building code allows 15 meters or the 50 feet as it always has for that. So the 30 meters, again, from the environmental perspective, is the further away you are, the better it is. You recall on all of your at capacity lakes, the standard for a septic system or sewage disposal system is, I think, 300 meters. There is that view of leaching beds being pushed back as far as possible. The enhanced filter beds or tertiary treatment systems, they get into actually processing the waste internally or in the tank itself, so that your filter bed is working presumably more efficiently than a standard septic system. So if you're satisfied that the standard would stay the same, this gives sort of the owners of the property some of the options. They either if on a new lot they put the septic system 30 meters back, or if they want to come be closer based on whether it's a more suitable location or whatever, they would have to provide for the upgraded system.
Well, certainly doing this would speak again to or would align with a number of other issues related to the environment and lake health and shoreline health. And I think, Liz, as a member of the Committee of Adjustment, I think the 50 feet is something that's always been a bit of a bee in your bonnet.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So is council okay with it's as written, that if somebody does invest in the higher processing system, the tertiary system, that it's okay closer, or do you want to just make it across the board it has to be 30 meters back? And of course, there's always the accommodation for smaller lots or natural obstacles. Jen?
I would agree with the provision that if they can prove they've got the superior system and are, then they can bring it closer. I think that's fair.
Thoughts from other members of council on that? Septic systems are a big bone of contention for lake health and a lot of the other work that's being done. So the tertiary system at the reduced setback would accommodate some of those concerns. Liz?
Yeah, it has been a BMI bonnet, but I think if there is an improved system and a property precludes somebody from meeting the 30-meter setback requirement, that there's got to be some flexibility, and this allows them to do that. I think that I think it's fair.
Yep. Okay, then we'll leave that. Backyard hens is next. Rick, tell us all about backyard hens.
Yeah, Jennifer still had a question.
Oh, Jennifer.
I'm very sorry. Actually, just going back to the sleeping cabin question, 4.2, quickie. Within the provisions list, is it also not a requirement that the sleeping cabin be provided for within the existing or proposed septic system? So you can only build a bunkie if your septic system can accommodate another bedroom. And if that's the case, would that be a good thing to add to this provision list?
My initial thought is that it would not be necessary because they have to meet the Ontario Building Code requirements regardless. So if you're putting an extra bedroom into your house or whether you're putting it in the bunkie, you still have to prove that, or the chief building official or whoever's doing your septic inspections, has to be satisfied that the system is able to accommodate it. So I think that's already covered.
Okay. Right, whereas the height or the sleeping cabin story level doesn't necessarily get covered in the building code, so that has to be drawn out specifically.
Yeah,
okay, I understand.
That's right. Yeah. All of these are covered. And I guess the one question on there as well is, I think Minden Hills have the smallest requirements for a floor area of sleeping cabins. Again, I don't want to raise that as an issue that hasn't been brought up to now, but is that something? Are you finding that there's some pressure coming in for people building larger sleeping cabins? A lot of places have opted for 650 square feet as the standard now, as opposed to the 500 square feet that's there now. So again, I'm just putting it forward as a question right now. There's no change being proposed in the bylaw right now. It doesn't seem to have been an issue, but again, I to raise some of those standards as we go through them.
Well, and I go back to big bad meanie. Just because people want bigger bunkies doesn't mean they should have them. I think we need to, that's our philosophical discussion as decision makers to decide, does allowing a bigger bunkie help or hinder in relation to other initiatives? I don't have a thought on that at the moment, but and this is where I confess to getting confused between sleeping cabin and accessory building, and I get them all a bit confused, because is a I call it a bunkie, is a sleeping cabin an accessory building, or is it, I don't know. Sean, help me out here.
So it is an accessory building. It's not an accessory apartment or a garden suite. The big difference between a bunkie and those other structures would be you cannot have cooking facilities within a kitchen or within a bunkie. And with respect to the size square footage, it's not something has really come up as far as minor variance applications. Dramatic, it's happened a few times, but it's not a more popular application for sure.
Okay, so I was just going back to the definition of accessory building or structure, and the exception is a sleeping cabin. So there's again where this is built into the definition at the front end. Thoughts from council on that? Again, you go bigger and you're getting into small houses. So what does council want to do about the size, the square footage of sleeping cabins? Liz?
At this point, I don't necessarily support making them increasing the minimum square or the maximum square footage.
Lisa, did you have your hand up?
I just sort of add that twice now we've mentioned the words tiny houses. I'm assuming that at some point in time we'll have a discussion about that.
Yeah, that was, I think that was part of our, was that on our list, or was that we're gonna wait till minimum dwelling size? We did talk about minimum dwelling size. We talked about, we asked for clarification, and it doesn't mean more outbuildings. Discussion, rehousing options needs further discussion. This is our meeting from last August. And I don't know where we landed. Sean, can you speak to that?
Yeah, so we're going to be discussing the minimum dwelling size. That's later on in the bylaw and the table.
But does that differ from, say the discussions about, because quite often tiny houses are mobile. And I just want to be able to differentiate that from say trailers and garden suites, and they've got to all sort of tie together.
It's a house on wheels, it's a trailer.
Pardon me?
If it's a house on wheels, it's a trailer. I don't care what you call it.
Well, yeah, but I mean, tiny houses are often on wheels and then come off wheels, and it seems to me that the definitions of some of these dwelling categories overlap.
I saw a hand, Jen.
Sean's hand was first, actually.
Oh, okay, Sean, you go ahead then.
Well, yeah, I was just going to say, we're not proposing to allow the tiny houses that you're describing on wheels. That's not the part of the discussion that was going to be included in the minimum dwelling size, where we'd be proposing to reduce the size of a traditional dwelling somebody were to construct on a property.
Mm-hmm.
You may find that there's members of council that do want to have that discussion, though.
Jen?
Yeah, I would still like to have that conversation, and I'd like to hear Sean's arguments and everyone's arguments against, but I'd also like to hear the arguments for. I think I'd appreciate having a breakout conversation about accessory dwellings, be they garden suites or bunkies or sleeping cabins, or because there's a lot of overlap starting, and while the firm definition of these things does not necessarily overlap, I can certainly imagine someone saying, well, I can't have an apartment, so I'll just build a bunkie and we'll put a hot plate in it. And, I wonder if we should be taking a step back and thinking about our overall policy on secondary suites, dwellings, apartments, bunkies, etc., into which tiny homes I think would fit. I know someone in the community, in fact, someone that all of you know as well, who I shall keep nameless because I do not have his permission to say this, but he is leaving the township because he has found another place close by where he can have a tiny home, and that is his intention for his retirement. So too bad, because we've lost a really stellar member of our own community. I think there is scope to have that conversation, because folks in our community, some of them would like to have that experience.
So Sean, how would you, can we do that? Have a separate conversation about accessory? I think Jen makes a really good point, and it's been mentioned a couple of times today that it gets a bit muddled, not only for us as the decision makers, but also for the public. Well, how come I can have this, but I can't have that? But if I call it the other, I think Jen's right. If I can't have one, I'll just do the other. Thoughts?
Certainly, yeah, we can have that discussion. It's one I would want to involve David Rogers in, because there's certainly some building implications that come with these tiny homes. But yeah, certainly open to discussing it further.
Mm-hmm. Liz?
Just with respect to building in, or bringing in our building official, Sean, do you know if there has been any clarification in the building code about tiny homes yet? Because I think that's been our argument so far, is that they're not allowed in the building code.
Yeah, as far as I know, the changes have not been made yet, but I can seek clarification from David. And just to note, Angie also had her hand up.
Thank you for everyone being on Angie Watch. Madam CAO/clerk.
I just wonder if maybe we could set another meeting date for a dual purpose for the boathouse and dock projection discussions, as well as the accessory structures.
Yeah, I think obviously, you know, councils were hearing that there is a need to have more time for a couple of these more fulsome, let's really hammer these things out. And let's be honest, by the time we have those meetings, we will have heard from some folks in the community, and that will allow us to bring some more voices to the table, which is our job. So that's good. We can do that. I do know in terms of the tiny houses, I'll save the majority of it for later. Tiny houses is very often thought to be, for some, as the person you've noted, Jen, a lifestyle choice. For many, it's believed to be a good solution for certain sectors of society, of our community, that need a little more, a smaller place, but a little more organized place to stay. And we've had this conversation at the county table that tiny house communities, for example, are better in a town site where those who are needing that leg up can be closer to services. But that doesn't preclude someone from wanting to make a lifestyle choice. They're very like accommodating housing needs and a lifestyle choice as regards smaller footprint houses are two very different things. So we'll do that, Angie. That's a good idea. We'll set a date and have a conversation about that. And certainly Liz and I can go back. I know somewhere I have notes on the conversation about smaller footprint houses at the county table, and there was lots of good conversation there. So just some other voices. All right. So where are we in this big document? I think we're at hens.
Again, these are new provisions into the bylaw to allow the backyard hens in specific areas. The accessory to a principal dwelling, so on a developed lot, it has to have a lot that's a minimum of 0.2 hectares in area and 100 feet of front, or 30 meters of frontage. Some requirements.
Interrupt. I apologize. We've lost Councillor Dayu. Oh, she's just coming back.
Oh, there she's back.
No, there she is. Okay. So on the backyard hens, to set up the regulations that also include some of the structural concerns with it. I know there was a possible concern. We had the setback from the high water mark of 30 meters, whether that's appropriate or not. Again, that just matches a lot of the building requirements. So it could be more than that if council wishes. And then the general comment on good animal husbandry practices. So again, they would be allowed, and I can't remember. You have to help me. I think that backyard hens are not allowed in every zone, if I remember right. Yeah, they would only be allowed in the hamlet residential and rural residential zones at the present, or as based on our current discussions.
So hamlet residential would mean that you could have backyard hens in the village of Dorset.
Yes, if you are a lot with 30 meters of frontage and half acre, or 0.2 hectares in area.
I fully understand the backyard hens, and I think that backyard hens are great in certain circumstances, but I struggle with the hamlet residential. But I think it's about, oh, we've lost Jen again. Hang on.
Not coming back just yet.
We are obligated to wait 10 minutes, are we not?
Mhm.
Would you like to take a break for 10 minutes or you just want to stay on and wait?
I'm happy to sit and wait, but if anybody wants to take a break, we can do that if you'd like. What does our procedures require us to do if a counselor just vanishes for more than 10 minutes? Then what do we do? Carry on, or I can't remember what it says.
Yes, if it's more than 10 minutes, then we can reconvene.
Are we live?
Yes, we are, and Councillor Dayu has joined us again.
I apologize. For some reason, my internet is just not reliable right now. Sorry about that.
That's okay. We were happy to wait for you. Okay, so we are at hens, and I said they'd be allowed in the village of Dorset, and but only on certain size properties and not on a waterfront. Is that correct?
Not on waterfront zones.
Sorry, say that again.
Not in waterfront or not in the shoreline zones. If you have a hamlet residential that is on the water, then they would be permitted subject to the requirements that are in the provision in this section.
So if you have a big enough property and the hens stay behind, the hens aren't drinking out of the lake, kind of thing.
Basically.
I think I was lamenting the hens. I fully support the reasoning, and I think there could be an enforcement issue. But anyway, who has her hand up? Julie has her hand up. Councillor Shortreed.
Had been searching on the Ministry of Agriculture. Is there a limit to the amount of hens you can have? I can't find an answer.
Sean?
We proposed in the definition that it be 10.
Go ahead.
Oh, Rick was answering, but yeah, it was 10. 10 is what's proposed for the backyard hens.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so Minden is, I think, still struggling with the backyard chickens. Dysart is, as per the report from last August, 4 hens. Highlands East, 3 hens. So there's 2 of the 3 other municipalities currently allow them, but certainly less than 10. Is 10 a problem for folks? Liz?
I don't have a problem with the number of 10. I'm glad to see that the roosters aren't allowed, because I mean that would provide for expanded numbers and noise that is sometimes objectionable at certain times of the day. I'm wondering about the half acre.
Liz, could you just stop for a minute? We've lost Jen, and I think she might be phoning in. She will, if she has trouble like this because of her internet, she will often call in. So we'll just wait a minute and see if her name turns up on the side there.
Hello, it's Councillor Ayu.
Hello, welcome back.
My apologies again. I think this is probably the most stable way of doing it.
It may be. Councillor Barry has vanished from the screen. Oh, but she's back. There we are. Okay, Liz, you were talking about the numbers of potential number of hens.
Yeah, as I said, I don't have an issue with the number of 10. As I said, as long as there's no roosters included. I did question whether it should be a larger lot. I guess I'm just I'm concerned about, as you said, you know, a smaller lot in say the village of Dorset, and what sort of impact that might have on the neighbors. But if they're properly screened in or controlled, I see chickens popping up all over the place in the county, and it quite often I can't believe that they're wandering around in the front yard. They're not contained at all. You know, they actually have access to the road and the highway. You know, I think we need to be very careful about making sure that they're contained. And the question I had was about whether it should be a larger property or not. I don't have a strong feeling one way or the other, but you know, I know that there might be an impact if you're in a settlement or village type setting.
Yeah, and this certainly is the ongoing challenge with making a decision on backyard hens is how the neighbors feel, and this is what they're experiencing in Minden. Is all kinds of people are saying yay to the backyard hens, and other people are saying, good grief, you must be kidding. So I think if they're in the right place, absolutely, I think it supports some of the changes to the OP that the Environment Committee and other submitters made in trying to expand this. And it goes back to the conversation we have been having around farm and definitions and what can be sizes and what's used. So Councillor Dayu, what are your thoughts on the proposal for hens?
I think there are quite a number of hens already in Algonquin Highlands, and the fact that we don't see them from the road or from our boats is kind of testament to the idea that they don't necessarily have to be disturbing others. I also believe note can be given to the fact that they are called backyard hens, which is an urban term. I think a lot of this has stemmed, this debate more generally has stemmed within urban areas where the lot sizes are pretty darn small. And so maybe there's some information to be gleaned for how it works in urban areas where there are smaller lot sizes that could reinforce the conversation for places like Dorset. But certainly I don't mind at all there being backyard hens in the SRs, so long as you know, there's the appropriate setback, etc. And I also think 10 is probably a sound number. But I don't have hens. I don't know what someone who keeps hens would say, but it strikes me that it'd be hard to eat more than 10 hens worth of eggs at a time. And if you're trading with your neighbors for some vegetables, that's one thing. But if you get too many more than 10, you're probably looking at more of an at scale sale. But I might be mistaken.
Yeah, and I confess I know not a thing about hens. One of my concerns, and I look forward to hearing from folks about it, and Julie, you might have some input on this, is you know, we had an ongoing, Councillor Dayu and I certainly had ongoing communication all winter about the wolves in Dorset, and that they were a concern to a number of folks, not of concern to equally as, you know, a number of folks, and is Hamlet Residential, regardless of how big the property is, the place for hens that could attract predators. And you can have your hens in a predator-proof building all you want. That doesn't mean the predators aren't going to come around looking for them. So again, I'm not a hen person. I don't know, but I just know that there was a challenge last year with the wolves in the village of Dorset. Julie.
I know there is someone on the other side of the bay that has hens and roosters. I can hear the roosters daily. It's just faint, but I've never heard any complaints from them about wolves or coyotes on their property, and they've got dogs, kids, hens, and roosters. So
Are Are they all in the predator-proof area?
The dog isn't.
No. Okay, so I think this is something that I'm really interested in hearing from folks about, through the public process. I think there's I believe there to be, again, passionate positions on either side. I don't have a problem with what's written there, but I think we'll hear more from folks about whether or not they support this. I agree. My neighbors who are not very near to me, they have hens and a rooster, and I mean, I'm sitting inside a building more than half a kilometer down the road, and I can hear the rooster. So it's a good thing there's no roosters. Councillor Barry.
Yeah, obviously I support this. I'm less concerned about having them in proximity to water, like on a designated waterfront, if there was property associated with it. So if some people have 100 acres on water and surely could have a designated area on that land. So I think that you have, there's a discussion today about them being in hamlet areas on a small lot. I think that's a consideration, as I think having a large waterfront property, that's a consideration as well. So I do think that lot size is a figure versus, the title of your property designation.
Is not the point that they are, as has been noted, they're supposed to be in the backyard, not the front yard? And does that matter? Is that what you're getting at?
Well, I think as long as they're not near the water for obviously leaching into the water or near a well. But I mean, if you have a large enough acreage, it shouldn't matter what your designation is.
Well, and that would, I think, if somebody has water, not necessarily lake, but if they have a pond or something, that's where there's a 30-meter setback from water, would keep them from soiling the water or affecting anything. But there's, again, it's just, remember, you're creating an enforcement problem, potentially, that somebody gets hens and they let them wander all over the place, and then someone calls bylaw to say, the hens are in my yard again. It's just a potential for another enforcement issue. Jen, do you have anything else to add at this point?
No.
Okay, so we'll let that stick as it is, and see where we go from there. Rick, I guess next up for you is cannabis. This is where Liz was looking for some more information.
Right. Yeah, we've set this up as it's pretty straightforward. It's considered a farm use and is permitted in the rural zone, and the cannabis production operation is not permitted as a hobby farm. So we try to distinguish the size part of things. Some municipalities have gone with recognizing cannabis production as industrial uses, but I think the direction that we seem to have had, and in fact, my business partner has done extensive work with different agricultural groups, and the direction from the province is definitely that cannabis is an agricultural activity from the provincial perspective.
And I just was flipping back to, are there any hands there? Liz, go ahead while I flip through my, looking back to definitions.
I guess, well, and that's why I sort of started to question at the definition point. But anyway, I understand what you're saying about the province and what their decision is, that it's an agricultural use, which would make me ask, then why not on a hobby farm? If it's a smaller, simply grow operation. But at the same time, I think, if you're talking about a production operation, as opposed to a growing operation, production would, to me, include some kind of refinement into oils or edibles or some other something. To me, that does become either commercial or industrial. That if you're going to be selling a product that's been manufactured in some kind of processing facility, that's not agricultural.
Yeah. And so I guess, sorry, can either of you have any comment on that?
I would defer to Rick. Oops. I was just going to say I defer to Rick just based on their experience with, like you mentioned, the his business partner there and their exposure to this particular topic.
Yeah, what I might want to do, I don't disagree with the deputy mayor's comments on differentiating production from growing. In a standard farm operation, you can usually, produce or refine the products that you're working on. So in that way, that's no different than an agricultural operation. I personally agree with you that a large production facility, and in fact, large production commercial facilities have gone into industrial parks because that's really where the buildings are sized and that's really where the facilities go in. There are potential noise issues with grow ops as well by the nature of the plant itself. What I would suggest, if it is a concern, that I can see if I can get some more information from Margaret about the distinction between production and growing, if that might be helpful in our ongoing discussions.
Mm-hmm. Jen?
No, I have nothing on that.
So I think what we need to do is we need to tell the planner folks what it is we'd like to see, unless you feel that's already been clarified, and then have them put the language around it that makes sense. But that might come after the clarification. Okay, so that the production versus growing will come back so that we can assess 4.6 a little further. I guess construction standards is next.
Yeah, the construction standards, that goes to the discussion of the definition of seasonal residence and whether or not you want to provide for that lesser requirements for seasonal recreational buildings in the SR2 zone. Again, this is written in the negative. Prohibited everywhere except where it's permitted. My personal thought on this is that I don't see the need for going this way. Again, I don't know if the building department's ever had a lot of pressure for these, or if they're still even issuing permits for them anywhere in the municipality. But anyway, it's again up for discussion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Lisa?
Sorry, this is just going beyond that into the cellar. Is there consideration for root cellars? I hear that word coming back into the homesteading world.
So Lisa, can we wait till that's a whole different section? Can we finish up with the construction standards?
Sure.
Thanks. Yeah, as I said earlier, I see this as going backwards. I distinctly remember conversations a couple of CBOs ago where it was more or less determined that I thought that the whole cottage idea and the lesser standard was going by the wayside. And I again, thinking of how our zoning integrates or interleaves with other things we're doing, a place built to a lesser standard because it's maybe a cottage. Liz pointed out, as similarly as my notes say, that we can't govern or know how someone is using a dwelling. And these days, particularly, people might want to build to a lesser requirement. But does that then mean that there's an increase in greenhouse gas emissions as they have to work harder to heat the place that's built to a lesser standard? And I don't know if that's reaching, but it's important that we consider it all in the milieu together. And I see this as going backwards, and I don't support it. Liz?
What you said. I would just take out the in this. I would just take out except in the SR2 zone and just say no new dwelling may be constructed to lesser requirements from the building code, period.
Jen, do you want to weigh in here?
I do. I really see it in a very different light. I think the heritage of Algonquin Highlands is very much based on seasonal dwellings, people escaping the city for a few weeks in the summer and coming up, and frankly, not being able to have that option would put a lot of folk at a serious disadvantage for being able to enjoy their rightfully owned property. Yeah, I would like to see lesser standards remain. I really, really do.
Sean?
Yeah, so just to clarify, I did speak with the building department on this, and currently anyone could apply to construct a dwelling to this lesser standard on a lot, is my understanding through the Ontario Building Code. So what we're proposing here is to allow those lesser standards only in the SR2 zone. I would have to speak with them to confirm whether or not we could in fact prohibit them entirely, or if the building code would trump that, if it is already permitted through there.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's building cottages anymore. I think that we're seeing more and more sort of homes being built. But Lisa or Julie? Lisa?
Yeah, I never really considered it until I thought of like, well, who would this, person be, or this need be? And, if there's someone that, wanted to come to the Highlands and they could only come for 2 weeks of a summer and they just wanted a place to rest their head, do they need to invest in all of that insulation and, that standard of winterizing a dwelling? I find it quite interesting, and I'm open to the discussion.
Julie?
My one concern is,
hang on. Yep.
my one concern is all of a sudden that 2-week window that they can come to the Highlands moves from July till November, and now they're putting a wood stove in it. That is a concern, but I think for seasonal work and a limited occupancy, I think it's up for discussion.
Julie and then Liz.
I really like to know if we need to have it. I look at resale. I look at short-term rental. I mean, there's just so many different things that tie to it. Is it necessary to have it? Is it just to save people money? I don't know.
May I chip in here?
Yeah, Jen, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess the flip side of that coin is it necessary to have it, or is it necessary to prohibit it? If the trend is very clearly moving away from these seasonal dwellings, then why stick our foot down on the remaining one and tell them they can't have it?
Yeah, you're right. You could argue both sides. Liz?
Well, and you could also argue that the fact that we would have considered and are going to have a discussion about minimum size requirements, that also reduces the cost and the burden on people. If they just want a place to lay their head in the summertime, they can build. We're going to consider letting them build a smaller place. I still am concerned about the lesser standard, and like Lisa said, we know that people come up in the colder months and do want to have a wood stove or other amenities that could cause a concern. I just have a problem allowing a lesser building standard. But I hear what Sean's saying about the building code, and if it's still in the building code, can we in fact say no?
Mm-hmm.
But I think we can be more restrictive than what the building code allows, I think.
Angie?
I think we just need to remember, like, we're only talking about the SR2 zone, so that's tied to access. So the SR2 zones are private roads or water access properties. So those properties are less likely to be accessed in the wintertime. So really it's just 3 seasons. So that's why it's allowing the lesser standard of build.
But on the other hand, there's an awful lot of private roads that are, have road associations and are plowed, and a lot of properties are accessible in the wintertime.
Yeah, more and more. I mean, I grew up spending winter weekends and March breaks at a summer cottage that had, as Lisa mentioned, it had the big honking wood stove, and by the time the place heated up on Sunday, it was time to go home. So I've lived that. And I don't know, I can see both sides of it. And I almost think that it's not important enough to spend as much time on. But I do, because of the changes in the community and there's all kinds of people who have been pleading on social media. And, we've had calls here at our own home of people saying, do you know somebody who can put more insulation in our cottage because COVID's allowed us to stay here, or we choose to stay here. We can now work from home here, and we've got to insulate this and change that and put a porch over the door to accommodate the non-summer season. So I can see it both ways. What would council like to do? Lisa, Barry.
I'm in support of leaving it.
Anybody else? Liz?
I'm in support of taking out, except in the SR2 zone.
Julie?
I agree with this.
So do I. So that would be 3.
So I'm sorry, so that would have the effect of saying that they're not permitted in the municipality.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's okay.
And again, we have an entire public process to go through, and we may hear differently from folks. So we'll wait for that. Okay, then we are at, I think, non-complying structures on page 32.
Yeah, the 413.5 doesn't really have any changes. It just qualifies that the provisions of 413.9, which are the new special provisions for reconstruction of existing dwellings in the SR1, SR2 zones, are met in addition to the other requirements. 413.7, we've just taken out the reference to damaged buildings or structures and just recognize it's reconstruction of buildings and structures. In 4.13.9, now these are new provisions, and you may actually just want us to try at some point to put a visual together on that to get an idea of what would be involved. I think the idea behind this is to recognize that a lot of buildings are non-complying in the waterfront or in the shoreline areas, and particularly with the front yard setback. While we're trying to encourage people to meet the minimum bylaw requirement and be further set back than they have historically, there's also a recognition that if the structure is substantial and that it's reasonable to be looking at a certain amount of redevelopment without having to go to the committee of adjustment. And this provides for basically a sliding scale that says that the further back you are in the reconstruction, the bigger the expansion could be without having to go to the committee of adjustment for an exemption or for an expansion or enlargement of a non-complying use. We're basically worked on the basis of 5 meter increments for the existing structure to determine how much expansion could occur on the property. And by the time you're at 30 meters, be allowed, or if you're less than 30 meters, you go up to about 75% before you would hit the maximum for reconstruction at 30 meters.
And council will recall that at our August meeting, when the breakout, this was one of the breakout discussions, there were 3 options provided, and this one, a sliding scale based on setback from the shoreline, was council's choice. So this is the personification, as it were, of that decision of council. And it is complicated, and I'm glad, Rick, that you said maybe we want a visual, because I think that would be extremely helpful for all involved, including especially, not only us, but the public, to understand fully what this means, because just reading it's complicated.
Yeah, for sure. Okay.
So is council okay with that? I mean, it's unless like to wait for the visual and have a conversation about that, Liz?
I like the approach it's taken here, and I would welcome further discussion about it. I just wonder if we shouldn't be adding something to the effect that it shall not be closer to the high water mark than the existing structure.
Does it say that? Doesn't say that.
I believe it does. If it doesn't, we'll make sure it does because it's supposed to.
What can I?
Yes,
pitch in
sorry,
on
Jen,
that?
go ahead. I was busy reading, but go ahead, please.
No, that's okay. I didn't have my hand up in the air, so I don't blame you for not seeing it. Yeah, where I understand Liz's point. I also really enjoy the sliding scale. I'm glad to see that written up the way that we had discussed it. But 4.13.9.1 has me scratching my chin a little bit. The increase in the gross floor area located within 10 meters of the high water mark shall not exceed 20%. But surely that would mean only towards the back. Because I could see how someone might read that and think, oh, good, I can put 20% more towards the shoreline, where, you know, in a structure where we wouldn't want anything within 10 meters of the high water mark anyway. So there's no way we would want to allow it to go forward.
But we do.
This does work in conjunction with 413.5. And that was the answer I was looking for, that there is no increase in the non-compliance to start with. There are standards for the setbacks across the board, and then these are the exceptions. And again, you cannot increase that non-compliance. So if you're, say, 8 meters from the shoreline, the 20% again would allow the increase again within that 10 meters, but no closer than what's already there. Wouldn't necessarily just be to the rear; it could be to the side a little bit,
Okay.
unless you want unless you want that specified. That it's not a problem to add something in that would say that no increase in the width or of that particular non-compliance. But I think I think my understanding of the idea here was to provide for that opportunity for a limited amount of expansion, you know, depending on where your existing structure was located.
Right. As long as it's understood in planning speak that does not include towards the shore, then maybe that's okay. But as an end user, I would myself prefer to see that specified.
I think that's an important point because again, when you have to, you know, notwithstanding the provisions of a different section, that's where the confusion often lies, of people having to flip back and forth. So if we can just add a few words that make it very clear that you can do this, 20% shall not exceed 20% of the ground floor and on the back or the side, you can't go forward.
But even then, you know, with 10 meters, gosh, it's just so darn close. And with the county process talking about 30 meters, it would be a little bit in your face to say you can't construct a deck within 30 meters, but you sure can put on 20% of your house within, you know, 10 meters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good point. It's possible that the sliding scale and the numbers attached to it may need to be bookmarked for the county discussions, because you're right, we don't want to put a bunch of work into something that could be even more confusing. Liz?
But even at the county, there's consideration given for legacy properties and the ability to redevelop and add to them. So, you know, I'm not sure that there'd be any change there on the shoreline preservation bylaw.
Well, see there, and I think what we're saying is there may or may not be. So I think we need to, again, just keep that ball in the air to run parallel with the other process to see what comes of that. And let's not write this in stone. Let's leave it a bit flexible pending the outcome of the county process, because we wouldn't want to put a bunch of work into something that would change at the direction of a higher level of government. Does that make sense? Is that okay, Jen? I think those comments have been noted, and we'll watch that process unfold.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thoughts from Lisa or Julie on that section?
Did we lose track of Lisa's questions about sellers, or did I miss that?
you are correct. We need to go back to Lisa's question about cellar. So this is about you can't live in the basement.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that that wasn't stopping anyone from having like a root cellar. Does that have to fall in here, or that, where would something like that live?
Sean or Rick?
I would think that it would not be impacted by this at all, that you would be able to do that.
Would it?
Because this is dwelling. You don't live in a root cellar.
You know,
So this
yeah.
is about dwellings below grade. So yeah,
And it's almost, a root cellar is almost a storage room, and it's not,
It's not permitted?
it would be allowed. It would be allowed. It's not, it wouldn't be restricted.
Okay.
yeah, root cellar, cold room. I mean, I know people who have them, and that's where all the jams and jellies are.
That's right.
I'm looking at the time. It's 12:17, and we are but halfway through, although there's a tremendous number of pages at the back that are simply capturing decisions that have already been made, the exceptions. So I don't know if does council, do you want to push through, or do you want to take a break? I'm happy to do either.
Great.
Take a break for a bite to eat and a little stretch.
Yeah, I think so.
So it's 12:20. Do you want half an hour, or do you want to just come back on the strike of 1? Your choice.
Half an hour.
Okay, 10 to 1.
Yeah, quarter to.
Sure.
Let's do 30 minutes. So 12:50. We'll reconvene at 12:50 after a break. All right, so we'll see everybody then.
Thank you.
We are now live, council.
Thank you very much. Welcome back. We are reconvened, and I believe we are reconvened on page 35 for the full discussion of garden suites.
Okay, so again, the garden suites set up as per the Planning Act, the 10-year term for a temporary use bylaw. Each application has to go through a temporary use zoning amendment. So 416.2 just outlines some of the conditions that you can impose for the, and including acquiring an agreement. And the special provisions that are in 416.3 as well. Right now, Hamlet residential, and rural zones on the same lot as a principal dwelling. And it's a single detached dwelling that will be on the principal property and a permitted use on the property. A maximum of 1 garden suite on the lot, meet applicable yard and setback requirements with a maximum floor area. And also, I guess this is where one of the differences is that the garden suite itself would not be considered part of the calculation of total lot coverage because it's a temporary use. And also that no additional parking space would be required for it. In a standard sort of suite of conditions on it. I'm not sure how many applications that we're likely to have, but it does provide for that process and procedure.
Thoughts from council? I was wondering if it under 4.16.2, if council shall require to enter into an agreement as opposed to may. Because I don't understand. I mean, if there's an option for an agreement, I don't know what would be why you wouldn't. If you might need one, then you perhaps should have one regardless? How would we differentiate between with whom we would have one and with whom we might not? Not we, the municipality. What are council's thoughts on that piece? Julie?
I agree with shall, not may.
Other thoughts? Liz?
I agree with Shell.
Jen?
I think it would probably have to be shall, because 10 years could mean 6 months of my mother-in-law and 9.5 years of short-term rentals. And it's going to be hard to mitigate that. But if there is a written agreement somewhere, then that's one step along the way of ensuring that everyone understands what the expectations are.
Mm-hmm. I still wonder, oh, Liz, go ahead.
Well, no, actually, I was going to comment on another part. So if we're still on that, I'll wait.
Yeah, I wonder about, monitoring and enforcement being a challenge. On the one hand, you can say, as we've, I think, agreed a number of times, that we're unlikely, given other opportunities, we're unlikely to get a lot of applications for garden suites. But that doesn't mean we won't. And, you're right, Jen, 10 years is a long time. And is there any way to build in, are there inspections or are there check-ins? Does the township does somebody just put in a calendar that 10 years later something goes ding? Or through that time, to prevent what Councillor Dayu has been speaking about, is there a mechanism for, I don't know, inspection or something? I don't know. Either Rick or Sean?
I believe we would just have to make note of it in our calendar to be able to bring that back or to check in on that.
Okay, I saw Lisa first and then I'll go back to Jen.
So if we are going to move the language from may to shall, and there is going to be an agreement put in place, does that mean that it is still off the table to consider garden suites as an option for waterfront properties?
It is for me.
Yeah, for me too.
So anyone that's living on the waterfront doesn't have the option of having an in-law suite, is that correct?
I think they can, isn't there, this is where we need to have more details, specifically delineating the differences between or among garden suite, accessory apartment, and accessory building, although accessory buildings are bunky. And I think that's coming back, is to have more specifics so that we can answer that question exactly. I still go back, and I appreciate that I may sound like a broken record, but I think if we have a commitment to the environment, then we need to make decisions around land use that contribute to the success of those decisions. So, Lisa.
I have a complete regard to the environment as well. And I think, you could have a small cottage on a waterfront with an accessory building or garden suite, or you could have a monstrosity on water without a bunkies or without an accessory building. So I think it could be seen either way.
Yeah, I mean, good point. And so then in terms of impact, what is impact? And I think that's, again, where the delineation of the three and what they mean, we might be able to piece it together better. And we've already asked for that. So let's put a hold on that as part of that discussion on what all these accessory buildings are and what they mean and who says we have to have them. So Garden Suite Province says you shall, but we have other allowances to accommodate others. So let's have a more detailed look at that, as Jen mentioned, and that these things might fall into place a little more clearly. Lisa?
Just a question in regards to the garden suite. And I know we've talked about it not being a permanent, that there's a 10-year plan in place, that the residents wouldn't be permanent. Could you potentially have a garden suite that was temporary, like as a loft above a garage or something like that? That had a 10-year lifespan, and then you know, thou shalt cease and assist after that?
It's not movable or removable.
I don't know the answer, planner folk.
I think it does indicate right now that it would be portable. I want to go back to section 39 of the Planning Act just to see if that's our requirement or if that's the way the Planning Act was set up. In principle, you could do it in the loft. It would become like a sleeping cabin on the upper part of a garage as well. So that's where some of those crossovers do seem to come into play as well. But right now, the way the bylaw is written, it says it would have to be portable. So I would say then that it would not be allowed in a loft in a garage.
But carriage houses are allowed, which is a loft in a garage. Are they not?
I'm not sure that they are. Sean, do you remember?
I'm good. Have to double check again just to make sure, but I believe there were some recent changes where they may have permitted them in all zones.
Right. So now it's 4 items: garden suite, accessory apartment, accessory building, and carriage house. Because we had this conversation at the county table, and we need to be clear on what it is we're allowing. Because as Jen pointed out, somebody could say, "Oh, I can't have that, but I'll just build this because it's allowed and it achieves the same outcome."
Yeah, a carriage house to me would meet the criteria of the accessory apartment or the accessory dwelling, the secondary dwelling on it. And I think that's where it came from. The apartments in garages is very much a Toronto issue, but I think provincial legislation covers it all off.
Provincial legislation may cover it off, but it doesn't appear to be clear for our purposes. And so,
oh, for sure, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so let's just get our ducks in a row around those 4 to make sure we know exactly what each of them is, because we could be, if so much of what we do is nesting. So a carriage house may nest in accessory apartment. Okay, then let's know that that's what we're talking about. Okay, so we'll that conversation will just sort of suspend until we see the delineation of those definitions. Liz.
However, still on the garden suite issue, that's a little bit different than which is which. I'm just have a question mark beside 4.16.7 that the garden suite shall not be included in the calculation of total lot coverage, and I kind of have an issue with that.
I picked that out too. Yeah.
Okay. And Sean did just mention that, or I'm not sure, sorry if it was Rick or Sean that said that it's not included. I think it was Rick. And is that a direction or is that discretionary for us?
I believe it's discretionary for the municipality in this instance.
And I think the idea of it not counting is because it's meant to be temporary. But again, we're back to 10 years is not overly temporary. So in theory, that means if it was not to be counted in lot coverage, then you could end up with a pretty crowded piece of property. In theory, as somebody pointed out earlier, zoning bylaw regulations aren't necessarily for all the good guys. They're for the folks who are pushing the envelope. So what would that look like then, either Rick or Sean, around that calculation in lot coverage?
Well, again, depending on the zone that you're in, 80 square meters is 850 square feet building. If you have a 10% lot coverage and you're already at that and you have a small lot, then yes, the percentage could be fairly significant. But you still have to be able to fit everything else on the property and meet all the other requirements. I think what it was that garden suites originally started out as that solution for dealing with the aging parents or dealing with someone with need for more care, that they couldn't be completely on their own, but couldn't either be in that main housing unit or I guess in the main housing unit. So it was thought of as a temporary solution to a social issue, and I think the feeling was that If you're already, in most urban situations, you're already at your pretty much your maximum lot coverage anyway with your building, your main building. So you wouldn't be able to accommodate one. So it was just to provide for that flexibility, and it would result in a little bit of more crowding on the property during that period of time.
Okay, I think we need to come back to all these questions when we have what I'm hoping is going to be a chart about our accessory building discussion. We like our charts. Liz.
I agree. I mean, we do need to get some clarity here, but I think this is the percentage of lot coverage, I think is a single topic that we should be able to fairly easily address. I mean, I truly believe that it should be calculated in the total lot coverage.
Jen's nodding. Lisa?
What is the consideration for septic and water with these buildings that are non-permanent?
Yeah, are they tied into, do they have to be tied into an existing system or what? How does that work?
Maybe no different than any other structure on the building that has domestic water supply and sewage disposal. So yeah, they'd have to be connected, and they'd have to have the capacity.
Okay, so it has to be tied. It would have to be tied into the existing system.
Yes.
It's funny, for something we don't think we're going to get a lot of, it's generating an awful lot of conversation. Lisa Berry.
Where would that information live? Within the bylaw?
I think that's a building code requirement. That would be a building.
Okay, so Liz, you want to make a decision about this percentage of lot coverage today?
No, it doesn't have to be today.
Okay.
It is a decision that I think part of the discussion we need to have.
Right, I've put a green square around it. That means circle back. Lisa Berry.
Sorry, final question for this. What would happen with this accessory building or garden suite upon sale of the property? How would that be tied into the building? The permanent, would it have to be relocated upon sale of the property, or would that be considered as part of the property that's in activity?
I would think that the agreement would terminate on the sale of property. That's what I would think. But
I'll look into that just to be sure, because normally zoning bylaws go with property, not with people, so that the sale of the property by itself would not kick in that requirement unless your agreement provides for something different, and as long as we don't contravene what's in the act. So that's something that I think I'll check on for you.
yeah, because again, back to Jen's the comment about 10 years, that makes no sense. So you can have a garden suite for the reasons garden suites were allowed, and then the person doesn't need it, they pass away, they go into care, whatever the reason is, that use is no longer needed and the property gets sold, somebody just gets a free bunkie, basically. So I would think that would have to, otherwise you're going to end up with a potentially a change of ownership and a dwelling, which then we're back to Jen's comment about 9.5 years of rental.
Where is the 10-year clause or requirement?
4.1, 6.1.
Okay.
Okay, so you're going to look into termination upon sale.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, can we move to hobby farms?
Oh, I see.
Oh, and sorry, I meant to say when we reconvened that Liz has mentioned that she's got a bit of a hard stop at 3, and another person involved in the meeting in the background also has a hard stop at 3. So we will wrap up about 10 to if possible. So I'll just keep an eye on the clock. Okay, sorry, back to hobby farms, gents.
Yeah, the next item deals with the hobby farms, and basically that hobby farm would still have to meet the minimum distance separation requirements from Ministry of Agriculture. And also some specific restrictions on having livestock on smaller lots as well. So that's no, there's an area and then a sliding up to 5 hectares with 3 nutrient units. And yeah, so now the override on that is obviously the backyard hens has a separate set of rules themselves. So, but again, this rate attempts to regulate livestock. So whether it's goats, pigs, whatever someone might have.
Liz and then Lisa.
I'm just wondering if we need to define nutrient unit. I suspect that means animal, but
I think it refers to.
are there any limits to that, or?
There are. They are defined in the by the ministry as far as the minimum distance separation, and we could carry that forward into the bylaws, the definition.
Lisa?
Sorry, just going back to the definition at the beginning, under hobby farms, there's a lot of things that are put in here, like mushrooms and berries and that type of thing. I just want to make sure that those are possibly could be opened up to not just fall under hobby farm.
That's under farm, not hobby farm. But that, I had the same question: is are all the uses under section 3.64 for farm permitted on a hobby farm? Which I think
yes,
is
yes, except as qualified by 418.
Okay, so is this the place to have the to sort of eke out that farm discussion of sort of what's allowed and what isn't? So if you have a hobby farm, that's a pretty small piece of property to have a lot of these uses. Jen?
There was also the concern raised at a previous meeting of how if these uses are permitted on farms or hobby farms, are they therefore excluded from other zoning areas? And livestock, yeah, probably. But what about berries? What about flower beds, things like that? I think there was a need for a definition around that might be exclusion based rather than inclusion based.
Yeah, and I guess, it's, again, we're back to semantics, the way the language lays on the page. If you have bees in your backyard and 4 apple trees, are you a farm?
I would suggest you're someone who actually likes to live sustainably and in accordance with the needs of the land myself. That's good land practice, I would have thought.
I would agree. But again, we're back to, I'm just sort of stitching together some of the comments made previously. If all of the uses available in under the farm definition are allowed on a hobby farm, we're back to Liz's question about, I don't want my neighbor to have bees. So how small does a property have to be before what you do on it infringes with the neighbor's enjoyment of their land, depending on what it is? Like, how do you be helpful and sustainable, but not cause problems with, in the general neighborhood, I guess is my question. Jen?
That might be a bit of an item by item thing. I appreciate the fear of bees that a lot of people have and the allergies associated with that. But bees are a very specific thing and aren't necessarily the same as goats or berries or whatever it might be. Bees travel up to 5 kilometers in search of food from their hive. So if it's a 10-meter setback from the lot line or not, it's the bees are going to cross, and so they should, because that's how things get pollinated. So I'd kind of like to see the bee question as set for another day, so that we can look at some of the beliefs and myths and other things associated with that, rather than lumping them in with this.
Yeah, like, I think we do need to have a closer look at what is in there, because, 2.5 acres isn't very much land to have a riding stable or to raise livestock. So. Anybody?
I can see the need for a further discussion for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Jen identified this in the beginning, that we needed to have a closer look at this. So let's set that one aside. I don't know, Rick or Sean, what you think that might be able to look like. But again, this is our chance to do the right thing for the right reasons. I'm all for hobby farms and sustainable use and living off the land, the whole homesteading concept. And there has to be limits, again, for good reasons. But we seem stalled at where those things align.
We can think about, we'll have a discussion on that and think about what to present that might, and answer some of the questions that are raised anyway. So we do have the questions that we want to get you answers to, and there is some direction. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so then can we leave that one then, because that's gonna be a breakout.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness, I've lost track of my page. Okay, so then we're going into
36.
Yes, carry on.
Carol, sorry, just before we do
Yes.
move on to the next red line, can I ask a question about home occupation, top of page 37?
Yes, actually, I've got a bunch of little notes on that. So yes, please go ahead.
Great. So as we've said, almost every council meeting in the last year, our community is changing so fast, and so many people are looking to come up north, to come to their cottage, to make roots here, to make their lives here, much more than just a couple of weeks in the summer. And that's wonderful. It's good for our community. It's good for our economy. And with that in mind, I was hoping we could look at the home occupation exclusions that are listed at the very top of 37. Such home occupation shall not include a medical clinic, a private hospital, a nursing home, a boarding house, an eating establishment, or a veterinary clinic, but may include a business or professional office that complies with the provisions of the subsection. So I looked back at some of the definitions, for example, such as a medical clinic, and it seems like a registered massage therapist would not be permitted to operate out of their home. Or a podiatrist, someone who treats people's feet when they need foot treatment, or other very minor medical treatments that are actually wonderful to have in a community rather than to have to travel from Oxtongue Lake to Minden or to Huntsville, and really don't put an onus on biohazards down the septic or whatever it might be. So I was rather hoping we could open up questions such as medical clinic. And also, just throwing it in there, I wonder if there is a definition of boarding house. My concern is that boarding house is thought to be like a Dickensian place where everyone has a 4x5 room with a little cot in it, and all sorts of wayfarers come and go because that's what we see in the literature. But given there is a housing concern in our township, I wonder whether there could or should be provision for boarding house as per some definition. So that's my hope.
Thoughts from anybody else on that? Liz?
Yeah, I agree with the point about a massage therapist or someone who works on people's feet. There's a number of different examples that I don't think would have the same level of impact as like a medical clinic or a veterinarian clinic, where you'd have a lot more traffic, and there might be some environmental concerns. I don't have a problem with that. That boarding house, gosh, I don't know. I don't know. Does anybody even do that anymore?
I don't know.
I don't either. Like you say, it's kind of an old fashioned term.
And I
And
don't even know
know
the
that we have
definition.
housing issues, but we're also trying very hard to develop affordable housing, and that comes in a number of sizes of units, like from studio apartments to 1-bedroom apartments. I think that there is a great deal of effort being put into housing of all types to meet all needs, and even particularly for homeless people. And I've never heard them mention the term boarding house.
I struggle with the boarding house, and while I appreciate that, folks may be moving here and there's choices for, a massage therapist and that kind of thing. I don't know that they would fall into medical clinic. But I also, to some points that have been raised earlier on in today's discussion and in other discussions, that in keeping with, the folksy rural way of life, I wouldn't want to drive down a road and see, Marion's, massage therapist, and then, you know what I mean? Like, when does home occupation transition to home industry? I mean, one is occupation, and the industry is more of a metal shop, but at what point are we just letting everybody do whatever they want wherever they live? I mean, a lot of my questions are devil's advocate to make sure that everyone isn't just trying to be nice to everybody, just to be nice. So again, the balance. Jen.
Yeah, I don't know. Apart from these definitions, it seemed to me that home occupation was quite clear in limiting the size and the scope and the type. I don't actually foresee having house after house after house with the sign out front saying I do this and I do that. But if it does come to pass, I'm not sure I have a difficulty with that, because that's people living and making a livelihood in Algonquin Highlands without impinging on the needs of other people. The interests of other people. If the worst thing that happens out of that is that there's a sign outside of a house, I don't think that's a reasonable reason to not let someone seek out their livelihood in our township.
And what does that do to the work that has gone into, I know it's Hamlet residential, but Algonquin Highlands, to your point, Jen, doesn't have a lot of town space where people could hang out a shingle. But I don't know. I appreciate that perspective, and at the same time, I struggle with it, because at what point are we irreversibly changing our landscape, our community landscape, to just a mishmash of whatever anybody wants to do that meets the criteria? I don't know, Lisa, and I apologize, but I've got to, excuse me.
It's funny, just with COVID, you see all of this curbside pickup, and there's a lot of people that are working from home, and now things are available, porch pickup and that type of thing. And I know a couple people that throughout this have transitioned to creating like a home food business, and they've been given authorization from the health unit to commercialize their kitchen. And the first sentence on page 37 is an eating establishment. So my concern was with all of the work we've done with like local food initiatives, is that now going to be hampered by this decision?
Well, an eating establishment is a restaurant versus somebody that makes their own jams and jellies.
Well, that needs to be defined.
Liz.
I kind of struggle with this a little bit. To me, the primary difference between home occupation and home industry is that home industry appears to have staff coming, and then you've got more traffic and more parking requirements, more space for storage. I did wonder, speaking about signage, I wondered about the difference in the size of sign that's allowed between the two. I mean, if these are both happening in someone's home, I would almost think that the signage, which I think we should allow, should be the same, and the smaller of the two.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah.
What I'd like to know, I would like to ask Rick, Sean, and Angie. Angie has been on board with planning for many, many, many years in Algonquin Highlands. Sounds like a bit of a basic question, but the purpose of home occupation and home industry. There must be a reason why these requirements and or restrictions are currently in place. So perhaps if we had a little bit of a by way of history explanation of why these were put in place, it might help guide us to where we do or don't want to go with them. So Angie, I don't know if you want to speak to that.
I can certainly. These have been in place and they're standard across the board in many zoning bylaws. The purpose of them is to allow someone, so home occupation is to allow someone to work out of their home in those specific, with those specific criteria. Home industry is more aimed at a business that works on the home property, but outside of the home. So out of a garage, Deputy Mayor's absolutely right. There'd be more traffic. It's more of an industry, so to speak. And so its signage requirements are different. But it is to allow businesses to operate from residential properties.
Okay, so then maybe we just need more clarification in the home occupations shall not include list to know specifically. A medical clinic is where there's a bunch of doctors as opposed to a massage therapist. So I mean, currently, do we know if massage therapy or the foot care person, are they considered a medical clinic? I don't think so, or I wouldn't think so. So maybe we just need more definitions on what those are. Hands. I'm going to go to Sean first because he's the planner guy.
So those are included in the definition of a medical clinic. So we would need to further refine that definition if council did want to allow those.
It may, if I may, it may also be a matter of indicating that because of the rest of the home occupation stuff, that first of all, we probably don't even need the reference to medical clinic. That's something that could come out. But it's really the single, on a home occupation, it would be a single practitioner on it. So if we're allowing uses and even with a business professional office, which I noticed is technically when you look at the list of permitted uses in the tables, is not allowed as a home occupation. So accountants' offices and single practitioners, again, those are for the most part very benign uses that you would consider under home occupation. And frankly, even if we look at under COVID right now, a lot of us are in contravention of the home occupation provisions of a lot of bylaws, if you really boil it down to that right now. So I think there's a way around it. I really that's going on because it makes you think back on, as you said, these provisions have been around for 20, 30, 40 years in a lot of bylaws, and a lot of the details are not looked at on a regular basis, and they should be. And the issue of the boarding house, I noticed as well is not a defined term in this particular bylaw, but it's really not much different than a bed and breakfast where you allow up to 3 guest rooms to be rented for short-term accommodations in certain zones. What's the difference is if you're renting it by, for a month at a time or 6 months at a time as opposed to a bed and breakfast. So those are good points to be bringing up and that obviously warrant some consideration in updating the bylaw so that it is current.
I think Lisa was next.
I think it should be recognized too that there's a huge economic input with this. Like I can think of just on the top of my head, 3 or 4 businesses that started as a home-based business that expanded and then moved out into the community. So I think by limiting, people's ability to do this on their property at a low cost to get something established, you're stopping a whole economic opportunity in many cases. I can think of one place that had, started with 2 employees in the county, and now they have, almost 20 full-time employees with benefits that started as a small home-based business. And now it's probably one of the leading, website online, manufacturing businesses in the county.
Yeah, I mean, I can absolutely see that point, and I would, and believe me, I get it. I'm asking these questions on purpose. So I did just go back and look at the definition of medical clinic. So I think there's some definitions that maybe need some tweaking and some re-examination to make sure that we're going in the right direction. I have a little bit of a struggle with, again, the home occupation for, and even, the uses that are permitted now, they're allowed on, if it's on a municipal road that is plowed year round and, is kind of a two-way street, that's one thing. But I would hate to think that, of the hundreds of single lane dirt track cottage roads we have, that every hour there's somebody coming into Joe's place to get a massage. I see that as interfering with the use of enjoyment of other people on what is considered their leafy lane, at their either their country home or their cottage. So again, is there a limit on where they can be? I just checked the chart at the back, and not to pick on the shoreline folks again, but I think there'd be an awful lot of people who would not want to have commercial clients coming in and out on a regular basis on what is normally a pretty low key road. So I don't know how that would fit in. Lisa?
Has this been an issue in the past?
Well, they're not allowed, so. We'll just take a break for a moment. She's got a little boy, I've got a puppy, so.
Sorry.
It happens. So clearly this section needs a little more refinement. Liz?
Well, and you have to consider too that some of those little leafy lanes are privately owned and maintained. And should you have to pay as an individual homeowner for the costs associated with somebody else's business?
Yeah,
I mean,
true.
a municipal road's one thing, but a private lane is another. I mean, I know that's a small point, but ultimately, when you say, it hampers somebody's enjoyment, there's also a cost associated with that. If you had somebody coming every 2 hours to your house 5 days a week, that's a fair bit of traffic after a while.
Well, it's wear and tear on a road that is being maintained by usually a group of unorganized neighbors. And then you're into sort of road access issues or road issues. Jen?
I have to say, I think this is one of the most exciting parts of this bylaw. I think if we can think really critically about how we can enable our local economy to thrive and be free to do stuff that maybe isn't permitted now, while respecting neighbors, while respecting the environment, through some really judicious rules, such as only on private roads if the remaining owners agree, or whatever it is. But all of these are questions that I think will have answers attached to them with the support of our planning department and maybe some public consultation. But I can see really excellent things coming out of this conversation, and it excites me to no end. It really does.
And it's funny that in so many cases we're so aligned, you and I, and in other cases we are just so like planets apart. I cannot conceive of asking a home occupation person to check with the neighbors if it's okay, because half of them they're going to be divided down the middle. They're going to fight about it in some cases, and then they're going to come to the township and ask us to intervene. And we put rules in place to govern the many, not to provide or advise for the few. So I struggle with that part. Jen?
But that's just an example. I mean, maybe the hammer will fall down on SR1 is permitted, but SR2 isn't. Maybe that's going to be the golden rule. Either way, I think there is going to be a way of resolving it, which allows people to come and enjoy and live here and prosper and respect neighbors and respect the environment. I'm really convinced of it. So it's just about finding those answers.
And I'm absolutely not. I own waterfront property on a single dirt track leafy lane, and if the neighbor down the road was having strangers drive in, every hour or 2 hours, 3 to 4 or 5 days a week. That wouldn't, I just don't see that as being a compatible use for the general public at all. I don't see that at all. I saw a hand, Liz.
Oh, it's just interesting to note that there are a number of home occupations sitting right here talking to each other. I mean, we're all working out of our homes. And will that continue? We don't know.
But we've always worked from home. There's never been an office for the mayor or council members at the township office ever. Well, there was a mayor's office once, but it got filled with a full-time staff person. Sean.
I was just going to note that, I mean, this is not a new section, and those uses that would generate traffic were specifically excluded. I mean, to make sure that there was minimal disturbance on the neighbors. So, but I mean, I'm certainly happy to discuss permitting those. We would just need a little direction on which ones the council would want to include.
I just thought of something too, just to counter Councillor Dayu's comments. Earlier, we were talking about the length of docks, and Jen, you had said that surely people, when they bought property, would understand the landscape where they were purchasing their property, and I would say the same applies here. That people would, purchase their property knowing what they can and can't do on it, and not, turn around and say, well, circumstances have changed and now I reserve the right to change the landscape. Not physically the landscape, this is the societal landscape. So, we'll have spirited discussion on this one for sure. Lisa.
I do think there's, what's the word? I do think with our municipal cultural plan, there's some activities that could be considered within this as well.
Yeah, Sean, you're right, Lisa. Sean?
Yeah, and just another point where the current wording is more restrictive to those uses that would not be generating traffic. Someone could always apply for a zoning bylaw amendment to allow a specific use on a specific piece of property that could be reviewed by council on a case-by-case basis.
For money.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so where have we landed then? We're going to have a look, a more detailed look at, I guess, some of the definitions that are contained in the home occupation, or sorry, under the definitions, sort of medical clinic. Like, I'm sure we all agree that there can't be any hospitals, nursing homes, restaurants, or vets clinics. I mean, I think that's pretty obvious. So given that the community is changing, there's perhaps an expanded or different definition of what what we consider to be an achievable home occupation. So perhaps that can form another breakout discussion, so we can drill down on that. And again, we've said it a lot today, it's about finding the balance. None of us, I don't think, we haven't yet found a hill that anyone's going to die on. It's a matter of meeting in the middle somewhere. So if we can note that as another breakout conversation to see what does and doesn't work. And then of course we still have the whole public process to go through, and I'm sure folks will have something to say about all of this. Do you think, folks, that we've covered both occupation and industry enough? Jen?
I had one question on industry, actually, although I think Sean might have just resolved it in his last comment about applying for special dispensation. About halfway down the list on home industry, there's no home industry shall be located within 300 meters of any water body. But what if someone's making greeting cards? It's something that really isn't going to impact the environment all that much. Would that be a special dispensation request, or are there enough of those sorts of examples that we may wish to look at that 300 meters again? Because that's pretty far.
Yeah, but a home industry is metalworks and carpentry and electrical, and it's more tool and fuel oriented, is it not?
Is that in the definition? Let me see.
Metalworking shop, welding shop, electrical shop that provides services or wares to the community, and which is an accessory use to a single detached dwelling.
So does that,
repairing,
sorry,
yeah, it's in there. Home occupation and home industry are there.
so does that mean that someone who's canning fruit at a certain scale would not be considered to be a home industry?
I don't know. You know, this is where we have to marry the two things. If we're going to have a breakout conversation on what are appropriate farm uses, then we have to, the corollary to that is, where can they happen? So if you're allowed to do certain things on a small plot of land, then surely you have to be allowed to process the output of that.
Yeah.
So let's make sure that that falls logically too.
Yeah.
And then find our way to, you know, this is okay. And then, but where's the threshold between this is sustainable and supportive of many things in environment. The cultural plan, Lisa's very right about that. The inputs from the official plan, all those things, but what's the threshold into no man's land? We don't know that yet. Okay, so Sean, and Rick, we'll have to have a little bit more of a discussion on what home occupation and home industry looks like and where, so that we can decide whether or not that's going to be expanded or not. Lisa.
I think just with an attention to there's a lot of people that want to be here. So how can we be accommodating and mindful of all of the things we've said?
And I would counter the mean old lady that our job is not to accommodate. Our job is to provide opportunity that makes sense for us and for the rest of the community. And accommodation is part of that, but we can, we do anything we want, we're in charge, but we don't want to make changes that drastically change the landscape and the face of the community just so that everybody can have what they want. So then we have to figure out what that looks like. And I think the breakout conversations will help us get there. Okay, so I'm sure Rick and Sean are taking notes.
Copious notes.
Copious notes. So then can we bounce then to, it's 20-2, so bounce to Hunt Camp. This one needs some splaining.
Okay, the question that came up on this one was that Hunt Camp is basically a structure use that's allowed in a rural area without public road frontage or access. And the consideration was whether there needed to be a lot size or a building size restriction on it. Again, no maximum number that's actually there, other than the fact that it matches the size for a sleeping cabin or a bunkie present time. But it's actually, it is fairly small. It's something that you may wish to consider to have a different size completely.
Lisa and then Liz.
Out of curiosity, going back to our previous discussion of buildings that aren't maybe up to building standards, where does the Hunt Camp fit into that discussion?
Well, it would have to be built to code, I would think.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it would need.
Hunt Camp isn't a bunch of 2x4s nailed together with some corrugated tin on top.
Yeah, you would require a building permit for a hunt camp.
For a
I
new
think
build.
Lisa's referring to the lesser requirements for seasonal dwelling only, not the shoddiness of the building structure.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
It may be a question that we want to put to your chief building official, just to see what the building code does say in it on that. I think it's done separately, but I'm not 100% sure. It's been a long time since I've looked at that.
My question around this is I don't understand why, because hunt camps are usually on large rural properties. So I don't know, and I don't think anyone's building a Taj Mahal for a hunt camp, although there's probably some fairly nice ones out there. So I don't understand the restriction of the size. I mean, a hunt camp is a congregate setting. So in theory, you could have, your hunt camp has to be smaller. You can have a house with fewer people in it that's allowed to be bigger. So I'm not following why we would restrict the size and force 10 people into a bunk bedroom. I just don't understand why. Like hunt camps don't have 2 people in them. Hunt camps, I mean, Sean, you're a hunter. Hunt camps can have anywhere from 10 to 30 folks in them during, depending on the season. So I'm just not understanding the limit.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point. And that's certainly something we can look at, increasing the size requirement. I guess what the intention was currently we do not have a maximum size requirement for a hunt camp. It would just be based on lot coverage, where these are located on large rural properties. So you could have a pretty substantial hunt camp. So, but no, certainly open to increasing the number from the 45 square meters in the bylaw here.
Thoughts from other members of council on that? Okay. Okay, well then maybe we'll look at making that a little bit bigger, because it is, I mean, that's pretty small. Liz and then Lisa.
Yeah, I think it's really small. When I mean, I've been in a number of different hunt camps, and normally, even if they've got bunk beds in them, they accommodate a number of people, and that's like what, 5 by 10. That's not very big.
Yeah. So Lisa and then Jen.
I support it based on coverage, not on square footage.
Coverage?
Like land coverage.
Well,
But
some
normally
hunt camps are on hundreds and hundreds of acres of land.
Do they not pay taxes on the property?
Yeah, but what's that got to do with how big the house should be, or the building?
I just don't see why we have to have a maximum on it. I could see having it based on the property being used, do we have it on, like, if we have maximum build size on houses, I suppose.
No, we don't.
No.
So why would the hunt camp be any different then?
That's the point. That's what I said. You could have fewer people living in a bigger house and it's okay. That doesn't make any sense. Jen?
I don't know the history of hunt camp legislation apart from anecdotal, but I do remember hearing somewhere that hunt camps have specific limitations on them to prevent them from becoming something more than a hunt camp. The whole idea is that you use that building a few times a year to be able to hunt in the territory that you've got, but it's not going to turn into a larger dwelling with greater needs attached to them. I don't know if that's correct or not, but I am aware of one individual who in a neighboring township who is really hoping to turn his hunt camp into something bigger, something less hunt campy and more dwelling like, and he's going to have to go through a few hoops to get that done, because the intention is to keep hunt camp quite limited in terms of their scope of use. Have I just blown feathers into the room, Sean, or is there a bit of logic behind that?
Go ahead, Sean.
So in a situation like that, a person would need to have a change of use permit approved, and they would still need to comply with the permitted uses in the zoning. So if, for example, that property does not have frontage on a year-round maintained road, it's not likely it could change in use from a hunt camp to a dwelling.
Okay.
And just a note, Angie also has her hand up. So.
Thank you for that. Angie, go ahead, please.
And just to speak to Councillor Dayou's point is that could be from years ago when the MNRF had many people leased land from the MNRF to build their camps. And that was the rules around that. Since that time, many hunt camps have been sold by the MNRF to the private property owners, an acre of land around the building. So that's likely where that's coming from.
Okay, that's very helpful, and it helps to contextualize Mayor Moffat's question too, I think, in why this has come about. So yeah, thank you for that. I support making it bigger.
Yeah, I'm not even sure we have to have a limit, as to Lisa's point. If there's no limit on, anyway, can you guys want another discussion? If you guys can maybe do a little more digging around and tell us what others are doing and what the rationale is. Maybe there's something changing out there in the world of hunting. I don't know. And again, the only hunter on the screen is Sean. So it's probably best that none of us weigh into a field of discussion in which we have no experience. We'll leave it to the best practice. Go ahead, Sean.
I believe Rick had his hand up.
Rick.
Yeah, I guess the only comment I would have, and actually is something that drill down into the details. The lot coverage maximum in the rural zone is 20%. So when you think about it, a 200-acre parcel at 20% lot coverage is several acres of building that would be permitted on it. Not that anyone's going to do that, but that is the scope of things. And frankly, the 20% coverage in the rural zone is probably one of the higher coverages for rural zones that I've seen in a long time. Linking it just to lot coverage may not pick up other aspects as well, based on how the bylaw is structured. But in the meantime, for sure, we take in all the comments into consideration and look at what might be appropriate to recommend, and that may well be either no maximum, but keep the status quo, or that there should be, just from a regulatory perspective, a reasonable size that you would be looking at.
Okay, well, let's again, eye to the time. If we could carry on to Rick. I don't know if you want to take the lead back to what the next change is.
Just flipping through the pages, I think we jumped ahead a fair bit right now. Let me just check on that. Planting strip regulations is my next note at 4.31. And that is at
can you hang on for a second there, Rick? I think Jen wants to tackle something for planting strip.
Yeah.
Thank you. And just a note that at 4.29.6, and I guess 29.7 as well, it's about more than one use on a lot. Where a building or structure accommodates more than one type of use, the parking space requirement for the whole building should be the sum of the requirements for the separate parts of the building occupied by the separate types of use. I only request that when we come back and have our conversation about home industry and home occupation, that we consider the parking question as well, because I think there might be some follow-on in terms of these provisions too. So not for today, but if we could include those, that would be superb.
Green square. Liz.
Before we carry on to the next section, I did have a question about 4.25 noxious uses. When you look at the definition of noxious, and it's sort of dependent on council's position on this, but objectionable merchandise prejudices the character of the surrounding area. According to who? One person's objectionable is an awful lot different than another person's objectionable. I just wonder how we deal with that.
Planner people?
I've not had that question come up. I think we probably need to take a look at that. Some of these noxious use provisions are from original zoning bylaws that were first starting to regulate some of the stuff. So maybe we'll take a look at the wording just to see what's the intention goes to compatibility basically, and environmental and physical compatibility.
Yeah, we had in the past, and I don't know if it was which part of the world document we were working on, but concerns about how far an outdoor heating wood burning stove for home heating use could be if the setback. Does anybody remember this? Angie, you must remember this. And there was the neighbor said they put, the people put the wood burning stove far enough from their house that it doesn't blow into their house, but it blew across the fence into the neighbor's house. That'd be a noxious use in my opinion. Angie.
The original definition of the noxious uses was from the original bylaw upon amalgamation, and that was when the township was dealing with a portable asphalt plant. So that's where that came from.
Right. Lisa Berry.
Sorry, this really isn't within the bylaw, but I just wanted to bring it up because it was something that we said we wanted to discuss, and I didn't see it anywhere within the proposed plan. So I just thought this might be an actual spot to consider it. We have talked in the past about night sky lighting and considerations for that. So I just wanted to know, obviously it's not a noxious noise or an outdoor wood burning furnace, but it does have impact on our neighborhood. And so I just wanted to know if there was appetite for that to come forward somewhere else.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. I'm certainly night lights, especially in properties that are unoccupied, I'm hearing certainly more and more and more about that. Solar lights that just stay on all the time. Or anyway, thoughts about that, Rick and Sean?
A number of municipalities are going to policies and provisions on what they call the dark sky friendly or dark sky compliant lighting, especially in the areas where that does provide for that light pollution. Oftentimes it may be just around conservation areas, but some are applying it municipality wide. I will check to see if that's done through zoning or mostly through site plan approval, but I think it's regulated through zoning as well. So I can check on that for you as that.
Yeah, that's great. That's a good point, Lisa. Thank you for bringing that up. Go ahead. You got something else?
I can forward to Sean, or if he's already familiar with it, but Huntsville passed something in their zoning bylaw, I think maybe about 8 or 9 years ago. So it's already written up, and it's not something that has to be redirected or rewritten.
Yeah, well, certainly Rick's saying that there's other communities that he's aware of that have done it. So I think there's some existing language to work with. So we'll see that come back too. That's terrific.
Yeah, actually, as an aside, if it's the Huntsville zoning bylaw from 8 or 9 years ago, we drafted it, so I'd probably be able to find it.
Well, that's a good thing.
Muskoka Lakes deals with it as well. I believe that Gravenhurst does. So most of the Muskoka municipalities have put in provisions regarding dark sky friendly lighting.
I think we're back to planting strip regulations.
And if I remember right, the only change on that was to change the planting strip requirement to be a row of evergreen trees or a continuous hedgerow of evergreens or shrubs. The current definition just said a row of trees. So again, as a planting strip for privacy, deciduous trees don't necessarily benefit for that. But again, I guess it just depends on council's appetite for wanting to restrict the type of planting that might be required.
And nor do scraggly cedars that are allowed to die. Liz and then Jen.
I could think of a couple of places for examples. My only concern about this is I can see that it's the evergreens are coniferous. No, they are more of a fire hazard. They're a greater screen. But, when it comes to fire hazard, I think that deciduous trees are safer. I just bring that up for thought.
But deciduous trees don't
create a barrier.
Don't make a screen.
No.
Jen.
beating on the old drum, I'd like to raise the word grass here. There is so much science and research out there indicating that grass is one of the least helpful crops that you can plant for our environment for a whole whack of reasons. Root structure to the ability to support pollinating species. There are a whole whack of reasons why there is an increasing movement of people who are trying to get away from grass in places where it's not necessary. So I wonder if we could discuss breaking that out to talk about like a pollinating ground cover, like clover, or some other language which encourages people to think beyond the traditional grass towards something that will support our local ecology.
Thoughts on that, gentlemen? Is that something that we can dictate?
It might be difficult to enforce, but a number of municipalities, again, are also going to, in their planning strip requirements or their vegetation requirements, specify native species. To a certain extent, that would cover the whole issue of grasses, because most of the grasses that we use are not native. But it just depends whether you want to regulate to that extent. You know, I know for in site plan, if you're doing site plan approval, you know, requiring certain trees and shrubs as native ones are probably a little easier than some of the grasses historically. But again, you know, we can look at what's available, and then from there you can make a decision on whether it's worthwhile pursuing.
That'd be great. I think that's a good point. And, you know, we know full well that our zoning bylaw is full of uses that are not being complied with by the public. We can only do the best that we can do. And if this information is given to people and it says native species, there's a chance that, not a chance, a number of people will go, okay, and that's what they'll do. It's getting ahead of it as an alternative. So I think that's a great idea.
I do too.
Thank you for that. Where are we now, Rick?
I think that was the last of the comments under the general provisions.
Oh, I have one.
I think I know where it is because I think I have a note on it already.
Yeah, and this is a hill I'm going to die on. There is no need to allow any derelict vehicle. If it's derelict, it's derelict. Get rid of it. This has been a bee in my bonnet for years. There's a difference between somebody who's working on an old car and somebody who just has broken down vehicles covered in tarps laying around. And I think they're a blight. And they either have to be, if we are going to allow derelict vehicles, and I don't know why we would, then I would request that consideration be given to them being screened or only stored in a rear yard. Jen?
I share the bee in the bonnet, and I was thinking about a time limitation. So if someone has a vehicle, they're intending to work on it, but 2 years passes and it's obvious that no work is being taken, then that vehicle is therefore considered derelict and has to be moved.
But who's going to monitor that?
Presumably the neighbors.
Well, and so again, devil's advocate. So the bylaw folks show up and say to me, "Oh, Carol, neighbors are concerned about your car." And well, they didn't see me changing the battery last Sunday afternoon. I'm still working on it. Like, it's impossible to capture that. Derelict is derelict. Call the scrapyard. Like, at what point do we become Sanford and Sons as a community? Anybody else? Lisa and then Liz.
At what point when the derelict vehicle is now covered in moss and it's just starting to become part of the groundwork, like
Yard art.
That's right. So does council support a little look at derelict vehicles and first of all, why the heck they're there? Keeping in mind that the other end of it is a serious challenge with enforcement, and a neighboring municipality went through this a number of years ago in a neighbor dispute where one person's, and Liz mentioned it about, offensive uses, or I'm not sure the phrase is, yard art. One person's derelict vehicles, another person's classic baby they're going to get to one day. So we have to be careful around that too. So if we could have a look at that, Liz.
One would presume if it was a classic baby that they really intended to do something with it, it wouldn't be sitting in the yard rotting, you know, that it would be somewhere, that it would be covered up or in some enclosure. You know what, I'll die on that hill with you over derelict vehicles. You know, I can see you having one older vehicle for a while, but
Well, if it was someone's baby they were working on, they'd apply to have that garage extension put on so they could put it inside and take care of it properly.
on the water.
Yeah. Okay. So, okay. Yes. Yes. Lisa, did you have your hand up? No. Liz.
A couple of things before derelict vehicles.
Okay.
Shoreline buffer. We're talking about 80% and 70%. And I think we just need to keep an eye and see where we land with the shoreline preservation bylaw on those percentages so that we align with them. Because if I'm not mistaken, we're talking about 75%.
Yeah, I think that's why there's no changes noted here. This is what's been in place since 08 and 13. And that's one of those little placeholders to run parallel with the county process to see what needs to change. Lisa Berry.
I read that and I was confused with the difference between 80% to 70% for residential versus commercial. And aside from a marina, I don't understand why a commercial zone would be less, with the exception of maybe a marina.
So it's not proposed to be changed. Do you need to know that now?
No.
And Sean can probably answer that. My assumption would have been the same as yours.
No, I'm sorry, I don't have the answer, so I will take a look at that and see what we can come up with.
Well, and I don't know that matters because we're putting a placeholder on this for the county process. So I don't know that it matters at the moment.
Just an observation.
Yep, fair enough. Okay, can we move on to zone provisions? Oh, Liz, what have you to say?
I'm looking at, and I'm not really clear what my concern is here at 4.35 trailer or mobile home parks. It's just, there's a little lack of clarity in this one for me. They're prohibited except where they're not prohibited. They're not to be used for human habitation except where it's okay. And I you know, it just sort of like, what? And so I wrote enforcement beside it and a bunch of question marks. Sean, looks like you've got a response.
Sean, go ahead.
Yes, so this section is really just limiting trailer parks to as they already exist. Any new trailer park would have to go through a rezoning. And it also restricts the use of a trailer to being within one of those established camping establishments.
You can't live in a trailer on your property.
Could we maybe tighten up the wording in that a little bit, make it just a little bit clearer? There's trailers everywhere that people stay in. And
Oh yeah, they're all over the place. Yeah. Jen?
Well, just to say on the clarity, I didn't understand it at first until I read at the back of the bylaw where all of the exceptions are listed, exception here in lot C, zone, and I realized, oh, okay, so it's indeed referring to places where it has already been permitted as described at the back of the zoning bylaw, rather than somewhere else within the bylaw itself where it says, yeah, they're okay. That's how I interpreted it. Is that right, Sean? Does that make sense?
Yeah, a trailer can only be used where it's established in an existing camping establishment.
Liz, you're going to say something?
Just that, you know what, when you read this section, it doesn't refer to any other section. It just does not look clear to me. But I might be the only one.
Well, maybe Sean, can it say save and accept where such parks currently exist and are permitted? Yeah, that would clarify it.
Yes, it would.
Yeah, we can certainly look at changing the wording for sure.
And, you know, as mentioned the other day, you know, there's more and more people seem to think this hip camp idea is great, and all they have to do is mow the grass and put some stones down for a fire pit, and they're running a campground that they take money from people to stay at, and those would be considered camping establishments, and they're not allowed. So, because you can't live in a trailer.
I'm sorry, what did you call it?
Hip camp.
Oh.
Yeah, they've paid a lot of money for ads on Facebook in the last 2 months. Okay, zone provisions. Rick, take us away.
Okay, I'm not sure there are too many surprises in these zone provisions. Again, we'll be dealing with the provisions on the EP zones coming up. We've added in provisions on backyard hens. They'd be allowed in the hamlet residential, rural residential, unless you want them permitted in shoreline residential or any other zones. Notice the business professional or administrative office, again, not specifically permitted in any of the zones, although when we look at home occupation, home industry, I think we'll have to take a look at that as well to make sure that it's that they're covered in just along the lines of what's been discussed up to now. And so that's it as far as the permitted uses. I've got a note here now from our discussion earlier this morning about boarding houses and whether or not they need to be listed, first of all, defined and listed, or just left out as they are now. Under
I'm sorry, Rick, where are you in this document?
oh, sorry, I'm at table 1A.
Oh, you're at the table. I was in section 5 of the, there's some changes on page, whatever it is, 47. There's some changes there, which you'd mentioned earlier about the environmental protection zones. I didn't know if you needed to clarify those at all, or you're going to bring that back anyway.
We'll have to bring that back anyway. And yeah, all of the ones in the site-specific exemptions are all bylaws that you've passed already and that are in effect. So we're basically rewording those, and then we'll just have to go back to them to make sure that any cross-references that are in there are continue to apply, so that they don't become sort of orphan provisions that are sitting around.
Right, Liz, go ahead.
And that includes, you know, spots.
Hang on, Rick. Liz has a question.
Okay.
2 questions on the chart 5.1 under zone provisions on page 47. I see that there is I think there's a definition for pits. I don't believe there's a definition for quarries. And I wonder if we need to explain the difference to people.
Gentlemen?
So it's pit and.
I was just looking at the definition too.
I don't, there isn't one for quarries.
Yeah,
Page 19.
Oh, there is?
Yep. Page 18 is pit and page 19 is quarry.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. I missed the quarry one. As long as that's clear. The other question I had was about Hamlet residential. And this is probably a historical question for Carol, but I just kind of wondered, I know that at one point in time, Maple Lake was considered a settlement area.
Well, it sure was. Would you like the entire history? Actually, that's a good point, because didn't we at the county, weren't there changes to the definition? Weren't Halls Lake and Oxtongue Lake taken out?
Yeah, I
Or
can't
changed? Do you remember that?
I remember the discussion. Oh, Angie's got her hand up. She
Angie and then Sean, you're going to say the same thing probably.
Yeah, yes, those two were taken out of settlement areas, but they're still Hamlet residential areas. for our zoning bylaw.
Okay.
Maple Lake hasn't been a settlement area for quite some time.
Now there's Boschkung. It was back in 1896. Lisa Berry, did you have your hand up?
Well, I'm just looking at the table, but maybe we can come to that. Are we going to discuss the table?
I think we're at the table now. Yeah, because
Okay,
that's where Rick was going.
Okay, I noticed that there's the second one down is the artisan studio. And it only has X's it's the only one that has X's in red. Is that suggesting that those are the non-permitted places or the permitted places? I'm a little
In
confused.
this case, our artisan studio was not defined in the bylaw before. And when it was then, or I'm sorry, I'm thinking it was defined, but was not permitted anywhere. And so now we've actually identified it as a permitted use in basically the non-residential zone.
So it wouldn't be considered a home occupation?
An artisan studio may be considered a home occupation if it meets the criteria that are in there, but this would be as a freestanding use of an artisan studio in a more of a commercial operation.
Could I ask what page you're on, where you are?
I'm looking at table 1B, so it's at the end of the document. It's just funny because I saw it in the vocabulary, but I didn't see it anywhere within the plan. And then I saw it again in the table.
Yeah. So the argument, I'll preempt the conversation, is that this will also form part of the home occupation part, because that further discussion, because the question is going to be asked why you can't have an artisan studio in Hamlet residential or rural residential. Is that where you're going, Lisa?
Yeah, which kind of goes against our whole cultural plan.
Mm-hmm. I don't disagree, and so I think that needs to form part of that whole home occupation delineation, artisan studio, so that we get the right uses in the right places for the right reasons. I don't know where we'll land on it, but that's what we need to do.
Okay.
Otherwise, it wouldn't be, what's the difference? You're right. What's the difference between, yeah. It has to go in that larger conversation, Jen.
Yeah, and the same could be argued for, at the bottom where workshop is. It's only allowed in a general industrial.
Well, what's the definition of workshop? Again, everything is contingent upon what the definitions say they are. So a workshop, it's where fabrication or manufacturing by tradespersons requiring manual or mechanical skills, upholstery, carpentry, locksmith shop, gunsmith, tinsmith, machine or welder shop, and other similar uses. So those are.
And some of those people, like the tinsmith or the upholster, could consider themselves an artist, right?
I don't know, Sean.
So in this table 1B, this is if you had a vacant piece of property and someone wanted to construct a large manufacturing establishment, it would not be considered a home occupation. The home occupation is a scaled version of that, operating out of someone's home.
Okay.
So this list is allowing you to have this individual use on the property.
Okay.
I saw a hand. Angie, I saw your hand, I think.
You did, yes, but Sean said what I was going to say. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I didn't understand what Sean said, so you're gonna have to explain it again in more small words.
Okay, so the table 1B is for if you want to do a new use on a vacant piece of property without a residential dwelling. So it's a larger scale version of something that you might have at home. You could still have a home occupation or a home industry of artisan studio or a workshop, but it'd be a smaller version.
Right, okay.
And apparently we've lost Councillor Dayu again.
Oh dear. She's, you know what, it's probably the really damp weather. So let's just hang on till Jen comes back.
There she is.
There she is. You're back again.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome back. Liz.
I'm wondering if it's allowable to have a home industry and a home occupation on the same property, as well as a residence.
At the present time, yes, I'd say that you could have both. I think of an example where you might have a couple that are on the property, and one has a hairdressing establishment or massage therapy, and the husband's a carpenter, as a self-employed carpenter. So I think under the bylaw, yes, you could.
Okay.
If you meet all the criteria for each of them.
Lisa?
I don't know if this is, sorry, I'm just reviewing all my notes and I haven't checked this one off. Do you know if the township, sorry, I should have asked this question before the meeting. Do you know if the township does have an anti-idling bylaw? And if not, is that something to be considered for this discussion?
I don't know if it's zoning.
No.
It's not a zoning issue, I don't think.
That'd be a policy?
Yes, and I would think so. Planning people?
I agree. It would. I don't think that would belong in the zoning bylaw, but you can pass presumably a bylaw under the municipal act or highway traffic act to deal with that, I would think.
Yeah, the county just looked at that. One of the challenges is, again, balance, is keeping trucks idling when it's -30 and Public Works Department is out doing things. Ambulances need to idle to keep certain medications at temperature, and but that's something that's outside of the zoning bylaw.
Okay.
At the moment.
That was my-
Okay, gentlemen, I think we are at table 2, lot regulations.
There's really only one change on that particular table, and that was to change the minimum lot or minimum dwelling size from 74 square meters to 55 square meters in the residential zones.
Okay, you kind of lost you there at the end, Rick.
Sorry, I think it's getting to be mid-afternoon, so I guess my internet is probably getting a little unstable at the same time. Sorry.
It's tired, just like the rest of us.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, basic change is to set up a smaller minimum lot size for residential or for a single detached residential unit at 55 square meters from 74 square meters in the Hamlet residential, in the rural residential zone, the highway commercial zones, or the commercial zones rather, and also not to set a minimum in the rural and in the open space zones.
Lisa?
But you're proposing that the shoreline 1 and 2 would remain?
They'd stay at 74 square meters.
Why would they have?
So,
I guess, could you explain that?
why they might have a different, smaller minimum.
Larger minimum?
A larger minimum, rather, sorry. I think the idea is that the shoreline residential is, I mean, they're all tending, I don't think you've seen a building permit for a new construction on shoreline residential that would be anywhere near 74 square meters. There's no magic to it. It could be lower as well. Although, you know, the minimum standard or the maximum size for a sleeping cabin is 45 square meters. So you could have a situation where your sleeping cabin is almost as big as your cottage if you wanted that. Again, there's no real magic to that size.
Lisa, are you looking for allowing smaller footprint homes on waterfront? Is that what you're looking for?
I think if we're at the, if I'm just thinking of, like, if people are at the point that they can barely afford waterfront and now they have to build a larger footprint than someone that isn't on water, to me, that doesn't seem very equitable. And then I don't understand why there would be no minimum for rural.
Planner folks?
Yeah, again, I'm going through all the notes on it from before, and I don't know the details of any other of the prior discussions that were on it. But again, no magic. You know, they could have the minimum, or if it doesn't really apply, then you know, wouldn't have to have anything on it. But it was 74 square meters in the rural as well as in the open space, and I guess we just took out that minimum completely. It could say 74, it could be 55, it could be any other number as well.
Okay, so we had this conversation in August, and minimum dwelling size, and there were comparisons for the other municipalities. My note that is circled, which means it just says housing and options needs further discussion. So to Lisa's point, I don't know if there are other comments about her thoughts on the inequity of why certain zones have to build a certain size. I will confess that I have asked this question before. Do smaller homes mean smaller assessments? And I know that sounds like a horrible, greedy money grab thing, but we rely on property taxes to run the township. So would we be doing our coffers a disservice if in fact smaller homes mean smaller assessments, which means lesser taxation? I mean, that is the reality of our world. And yet people's lifestyles are changing. So again, where do we land on that, Jen?
You're on mute.
Thank you. Looking back at the building bylaw reports, monthly reports from the past year, I'm quite sure that there is no great risk that our assessment values are going to go down. Quite the opposite is happening right now. And if we allow provision for people to build smaller places, then that will be good for those people who have to fit into that category. But I don't think it will anyway buck the trend of what we're seeing through our own building and bylaw reports.
Yeah, good point. Lisa?
I also believe there's enough provisions within our zoning that people can still continue to put additions and decks, and that all increases the taxation, maybe not at a first build look, but over long term. I think that should be considered as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and let's not forget there's the seesaw equation of how taxation works. So I think Jen makes a very good point that building is definitely continuing.
Do you want to consider then having 55 square meters as the minimum size throughout?
What does that equal in square feet?
About 600, a little over 600 square feet.
I thought that's where we landed, was on the minimum of 600 square feet in our previous discussion.
Stand by.
Yeah, 55 square meters is 592 square feet.
Mm-hmm. 600 square feet is where we landed, and then my other note says someone can apply for a minor variance if they want to make it smaller. So that has happened in the past. So what would you like to do? Do you want to examine allowing the smaller footprint? I mean, you do make a good point, Lisa, that if somebody starts out smaller, they can add, because they never get smaller, they get bigger. Angie, do you have any thoughts on this from all your years of planning administration?
No, the only thing that was going through my mind is the size that we currently have for a sleeping cabin. Because you certainly don't want to make the minimum size of a dwelling less than a sleeping cabin. So is it 580, Sean? Is that what it is?
45 square meters, I believe, which is about 485 square feet for a sleeping cabin.
Other than that, no. I don't have any thoughts.
Okay, well, I think we can have a look at that. I think what we need to have a closer look at is the pros and cons of those pieces. Again, there's reasons why planning looks the way it does, and we don't want to arbitrarily knock down the square footage for a reason that's disconnected to other planning principles. So if you guys can have a look at what maybe the pros and cons are, and I mean, you're right, you want to have a principal dwelling and then, smaller outbuildings, smaller bunkie and smaller sheds. And so again, the nesting dolls, which one's the biggest and then at what size and where does it go from there? Lisa?
Wouldn't if we did go with the 55, wouldn't that still be over 100 square feet larger than an accessory building?
Mm-hmm.
It would be larger than the minimum sleeping cabin requirement.
Yeah, or sorry, yeah.
I mean, we've got a lot coming back. This is a lot of heavy lifting today. Do we have to make this decision today, or would council like to put that in as a placeholder, or hear some pros and cons, best practices, neighboring communities, rationales? What would you like to do on that? Liz?
I'd like to put it in as a placeholder to look at, other information from other places. And I think it all kind of fits together with the discussion that we're going to have about different types of housing.
Okay. Green Square, Councillor Dayu. You're on mute.
I'd be happy to give it a bit of a better think too, and bring it back. I think about some of the properties here in Ward 3, and there are a number of them on the older side where there is one principal building, and then there are a couple of sleeping cabins which are slightly smaller, but not hugely smaller. And it makes for this beautiful community-like feeling for a larger family where you've got these outbuildings and you've got the principal building and you can see the difference between the two, but they're not tremendous. And so there is some heritage there as well, to not have such a huge difference between the principal and the secondary. So I'd like to think about it a bit more, but yeah.
Okay, so we will ask to see a little bit more on that, come back. If you wouldn't mind, gents. Jen?
It's brain fuzz. That's all it is. Would someone kindly just clarify it for me? Did we land on backyard hens and whether we can extend the zones that would be permitted? I honestly can't bring to mind whether we landed on that. And also just a confirmation if bees are going to come back.
Yeah, hens, someone will have to remind me, but yes, we are going to we're going to do a deeper dive into farm. And we are in the deeper dive on farm is to have a conversation of what we really think is suitable for what size properties and where.
So, but SR1, SR2, is that still in the running, or is that no longer in the running? Because we talked about, SR1s with 100 acres and you can put hens in the back 40 or far away from the setback. I just don't recall where we landed.
I don't either. My challenge with that is the rules are often broken, and how long is it going to be before someone at their cottage says the neighbor who has 100 acres and a waterfront, there's chickens in the lake? And I don't know. There could be. I want to make sure. Let's make sure we don't set ourselves up for enforcement failure. That's all.
That was left as it was.
So
Okay.
Hamlet residential and rural residential, is that what you're saying? I mean, that's my concern, but it's mine. There's 5 of us on the screen, and it's up to council to decide if they want to change that. Sean.
And by leaving it the same, there's also the requirement that they would have to be at least 30 meters from a water body to capture situations like Dorset, where you could have a Hamlet residential property that does also have frontage on the water.
I think Jen and then Lisa.
It's not a hill that I'd like to die on, but I'm not sure I'm confident with. agreeing to something that might turn into an enforcement problem becoming the reason not to do anything at all. I think there are also enforcement bylaws that we can be thinking about, or I'm not sure. I don't think that's reasonable for me. I'd really like to consider SR1, SR2 with a significant setback, which would allow people to have their chickens and
Eat them too.
eat them too. Yeah.
Well, you know what, speaking of eating them too, I believe that in our previous review of who's doing what around chickens, one of the other municipalities, again, having not reinventing the wheel, Dysart, they were proposing at the time 4 hens per property, timing of when outdoors, no slaughtering, sales prohibited, setbacks and rear yard only. So I think, you can't kill your chickens on your property, can you, Sean?
I'm not sure that's really addressed in the bylaw. No.
And then you get into a discussion about if you've got 40 acres,
Yeah.
who's gonna know? I mean, I tend more to lean towards not allowing them on SR1 and SR2, but I hear what you're saying about the size of properties and that it could be a manageable thing. But where's the line? And somebody, like Carol said, somebody's got 40 acres and somebody's got 0.3 of an acre, but they're side by side and they want to do the same thing.
Mm-hmm. So do you want to have, I think there needs to be maybe something in there, Sean, about processing.
Yeah.
Yes, we can certainly look at that.
Yeah. I mean, I would like to pull the plug on this. I'm with Jen in terms of some brain fog. This is a lot to consider and stitch together, and of course, continually refer back to the exemptions and the definitions and whatnot. I think this has been a tremendous conversation. We are nowhere near concluding it, which is not a bad thing. So, Rick, did you want to summarize or just?
No, I think that everything is good. What I would like is if we could tentatively come up with the next meeting date, and then we'll try to work, Sean and I can work backwards to make sure that we get the report to you that covers off the issues that you wanted to speak about.
And what are you thinking about in terms of time that you would need? Are you looking at, I mean, I know that we've got our timelines pretty well stretched out, and the reason is because of the amount of work that you have to do between each conversation. How much time do you feel you need? I know that this is not the only project for either of you or both of you.
I guess my initial thought or conversation this morning said that we would probably be in a position to July, potentially July for the open house, which would give us June to be working on things, and then pushing that back toward the end of July for the open house, or possibly even beginning of August. So if we had, Sean, do you think 4 weeks would be enough for us to be able to get this stuff together?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, so if we went that last week of June.
So if we have June, July, and August, we have one meeting a month. So
Okay.
if we, I think that the scope of this conversation warrants like this, just a dedicated meeting. We have no idea what will happen at the conclusion of the next conversation before we take the document to the public. Our July meeting is the 15th. We would, just as a bit of a safety harness, maybe we would reserve the July council meeting for any sort of finals. But I guess that wouldn't meet the timelines unless you were going to go for advertising. You'd need to know before that, wouldn't you? Isn't it 20 days or something? 21 days?
But I think we would know that coming out of the next next discussion, if we have that discussion in June and there's still things to be done, then we'll know whether it's appropriate to look at setting the meeting date.
Okay.
Or if we continue to keep it as a placeholder. I'm assuming that you're going to want the open house to be, well, the open house will be a freestanding meeting. Technically, it's not a council meeting. So it can be, it still needs the notice requirements, but it doesn't have to be a formal council meeting, from my recollection. So we're still able to, to potentially accommodate that. And I don't know if you'd be looking at it being on a any Saturday or any. I know when we had always in-person meetings where it would always be done on Saturday, presumably. So I guess those are still things that we want to discuss when you're most comfortable with having that scheduled.
Yeah, so if I recall, the open house is where the public can ask questions of you.
Yes.
And whereas the public meeting is actually is a council meeting, a formal council meeting.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so if you think you need 4 weeks, that would take us to June, is that 14th?
Well, today is the 25th, so you'd be looking at basically that last week, the June 20th.
Yeah, so June
June
22nd
25th,
would be 4 weeks today.
Right. Yeah.
Liz?
Well, I'm just wondering, because we're now going to one meeting a month, if we can stick to like our what might be our normal council meeting day, like the 24th would fit.
Council's on the 17th.
So.
Well, you said if we could stick to our council day.
No, what I meant was our second and is it first and normally we meet on Thursdays, every other Thursday.
Yeah, first.
And we now have like the 24th is a date that we might normally meet, but it's open now. And I'm just thinking that Thursdays are good. And it's a month from now, as Rick is saying.
What it does do, yeah, I see you looking at the calendar, because the 23rd is county council, which as the warden is a big day for you. So if we just, instead of the 22nd would be 4 weeks, just you're saying just bump it to the 24th, which is now open because Algonquin Highlands Council is on the 17th. But that then, okay, Angie, she's going to talk to us about dates.
Do we need, Rick and Sean, do you need 4 weeks to complete this? Because this is 4 weeks to the meeting day. So if you need 4 weeks, that would only give you less than 3 weeks to complete that.
I think 3 weeks should be okay. And I right now, I don't think we'll be making any changes to the text of the bylaw yet. What we'll do is any changes that we're looking at or options will be done in a memo form, so that we'll be able to provide that as a memo that will be cross-referencing back to the bylaw. So I think from a structure perspective, and I guess the one caveat on that is we'll have to have some time to get at the mapping as well, because you're going to need to be able to at least be comfortable enough with the mapping to go to the public meeting or go to the open house mapping. But I think that's right now, I think that's doable.
So is the 24th, are we landing on the 24th for a repeat of today, but better?
It'll be a focused repeat of today.
Well, you know what? It's a lot. I mean, we don't live in the world of planning. We govern the world of planning, but planning is complex, both complex and complicated enough that we hire professional planners. So the 24th, if that works with everybody, that's what we'll do. Liz?
I'm just wondering about the how we can display mapping digitally. I mean, normally, we're in a big community hall room and you can put the mapping up on boards and stuff. I just wonder how we would go about doing that in a digital format, or, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Jen?
I think it would be easier. The share screen function when everyone is on their own Zoom looking in their own computer is really, really effective. And I know a lot of councils do that. And other professional meetings do that. I think that's going to be super easy to figure out.
but that limits the time that someone can actually look at it.
Yeah, because
Mapping,
in,
the bylaw and the mapping will be available on your website, on the website as well. And Sean and I will have to sort of coordinate for the seamlessness of that, so that, and I'm not sure, Sean, if we can work through the counties with the GIS to be able to go into a property specific, if a member of the public is looking at something, if they can actually see what's being said on their property. I don't know if we can do that or not at this stage.
I'll talk to the county and see what options are available there.
I think the process, the leading of that meeting, of that open house, would need to be constructed in a manner that is streamlined and efficient, so that you could say and inform the public, we'll be going through, I'm making it up, maps 1 through 10. So it's map 1 is on the screen. Anybody with questions about map 1? And if someone says, I have a question about map 3, I'm sorry, your zone is not loading yet. And you have to just deal, instead of being all over the map and the maps, you're going to have to just make it and just tell the public that it's very different than a usual open house.
Yeah, and it may well be that the part of the function of the open house will be to basically take people's questions and not spend 10 minutes looking up somebody's individual property, but to get their information, and then we look up the property and get back to them. And then so that they have an answer long before the public meeting happens. Might be a way of doing it as well. But I said, I think that will evolve over the next month or so as we think it through.
Okay, so are we, has everybody put in their calendar 9 a.m. on June 24th for our second special meeting around zoning bylaw? Will everybody will eat their Wheaties? We will have some breakout conversations on the items we've identified today, and land at some really good places, I hope. All right. Anything further from you, Rick?
No, I think that's everything. So we're still considering a virtual meeting as of on June 22nd.
I think
Likely.
that's the
Yeah.
24th.
Or 24th, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yes.
24th. No, that's all I've got for right now. I think we've accomplished a lot. I definitely have a clearer direction on some of the items for sure. Sean and I have our walking papers, and we'll get back at it.
Okay, Sean, anything from you?
Oh, I would just add that this was a valuable discussion, and thank you, Council, for taking the time, for sure.
And thank you both for your work on this. Madam CAO, anything from you?
Nothing further from me, no.
I will ask, in your role as clerk, do we have a resolution for the draft revisions?
The resolution I have is to just receive the presentation and the memo regarding the changes.
Right. May I have a mover and a seconder for that? Deputy Mayor Danielson and Councillor Dayu.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Danielson, seconded by Councillor Dayu. Be it resolved that Council receives a presentation and memorandum dated May 11th, 2021 from Rick Hunter of Planscape regarding a summary of proposed changes to the Township's comprehensive zoning bylaw 0322.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. May I have a mover and a seconder for the confirmatory bylaw? Councillor Shortreed, Councillor Barry.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, seconded by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved that bylaw 2021-55, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council held during its May 25th, 2021 special meeting, be received and read a first time, considered, read a second and third time, and finally passed with the purpose seal affixed.
All in favor? That is carried. And finally, may I have a mover and a seconder for the adjournment? Deputy Mayor Danielson and Councillor Dayu.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Danielson, seconded by Councillor Dayu. Be it resolved that the special meeting of council is hereby adjourned at 2:48 p.m.
All in favor? That is carried too. Thanks, everybody. Great conversation. We'll get there.
And perfect timing.
Thank you.
Right on time. Thanks.
Thanks, everybody. See you soon.